Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up!
I got this.
So, yeah, very good. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Internet, and welcome to our last episode. Yes, you heard it, guys. This is the last episode of the Harbinger series tournament. Of course, our partner for this week is Orus, and with
Hello.
with us is Clark over there to give us some updates on some Orus products and all that jazz before we get to watch awesome Valorant matches. Which brings us to a point before we go into the details of those laptops you have for us, Clark, Jarvis. Good afternoon, by the way, and
Good afternoon, guys. So, yeah.
yung mga prediction natin yesterday.
Wala.
Walang pumasok sa'yo. How about you? May pumasok ba sa mga predictions mo yesterday? Di yata tayo naririnig ni Clark. Well, anyway, yeah. Could we show our... Oh, there we go, Clark. Hello?
Sorry, wait lang. Actually, di ko napanood kahapon, sobrang busy eh. Pero I hope na nag-enjoy ang lahat sa nasumali.
Definitely, we had a really amazing rounds. I mean, a really amazing qualifying rounds yesterday because
Mhm.
today is a day 2. We are having the final 4 playoffs. All right, and these are the 4 teams who are gonna be contending for our prize this week.
So it's Team Nova Sphinx again.
Yep.
So lagi silang pumapasok sa ano natin eh. Sa Final Four natin. Si Amethaverse. Familiar din yung name pero hindi ko sure if nag-join na sila before.
I think this is the first time I've seen them na
Metaverse. It's a very
Kasi
familiar
change
name,
name.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Metaverse, guys, if nanonood kayo, please comment. If sumali na nga kayo before or ano, comment lang kayo. And of course, guys, yung 2 teams natin sumali last week na nakapasok din ulit sa ating quarterfinals. Si TC Rising Stars. Rising Stars talaga to, guys. So, 2 times na sila nakapasok sa quarters natin. Yeah, good luck sa inyo later on. And of course, Outplay Uprising nakapasok din for this week. So, yeah.
We've seen Outplay Uprising in the previous weeks, right? They've joined.
Yes.
There we go. And Jarvis, what could you what can you tell about dito sa ating matchup for this afternoon?
Wait. So, yun sa matchup natin. Wait. Bakit 1v1 lang to direct? Wala pa yung yung
Championship
upper
na ba
and
tayo
lower
agad?
championship na ba tayo agad? Please confirm lang.
This is a very surprising development.
Hindi tayo informed. Tapos
Okay, maybe they're
Yeah.
maybe they're
Okay.
championship na pala ito.
getting it sorted out. Wow. So, but
Hello.
yeah,
So, medyo
I think
nag-
we're having some glitches.
Ngayon nagkaroon tayo ng technical problems sa OBS natin. Nagkasakit din ba? Nagkasakit din ata ang OBS natin, guys. So, hindi lang yung si Direct. So,
Well, anyway, we're we're debugging stuff and all of that. Clark, you have some news about some products. Kasi we're gonna show again the bracket later, dear viewers. So, but for now, all right, Clark. Yeah. What's new on your end sa mga Gigabyte Aorus merch na on your end?
Yung mga ongoing promotions and also yung mga awesome laptops na na ipapakita natin mamaya, like yung mga products na mamaya di-display na lang natin mamaya kung ano yung mga papakita natin, pag-uusapan natin para mas magkaroon ng ng better idea yung mga audience natin.
Okay. Well, are you gonna share your screen or hawak ba nila nila
Hawak nila direct.
Dave? Hawak pa nila direct. Okay. Okay.
ayun,
Then.
so okay na actually na naayos na nila direct yung scenes natin, hindi sila nag-glitch.
Nag-glitch.
Yeah, yun guys, if ever nga na ang tawag doon, naputol yung stream. So, merong update sa Sir Clark sa atin later on today sa mga included promos natin for this week. Since sila ngayon sponsor natin for this week, si Aorus Gigabyte. Then, before we, before we discuss about it, meron tayong recap video from Fulcrum Esports. Diba? That we could show para at least up to date tayo kung sino nga ba yung malalakas na teams natin for later on today. So, direct we could show.
That's gonna be one. They have to spike, but we'll be spotting out the Reyna here for a nice guy. But with only a slimmer belt to work with, the shock dart could push through, forcing it out to is able to take 1,000 down right now. So from before the trade with that beautiful off. Catching him off guard, lowborn. Bit of a peek here, takes one, not gonna be another as Cranky goes. Boogie is trying to check the corners, which is great, but is already spotting out Dizzy. 2K with that Sheriff here. Swag, however, already knows where Chase is at, so that's gonna be one. Uses the satchel, replaces with the second gun, and beautifully done to clean up the fight. chase for the trade, but not sure if he does. No one is there. But that was a beautiful spray transfer from Kuya J from long, and to end it all up with a 4K here.
Now they are preparing their own for the post plans on the take, says Boogie. Will, nice catch. Sprays into the smoke. Is going to find one. Is going to find two chains. The double kill.
Jello was able to take from the jet, was able to take him down on baby for the second kill as well. Jello, no cap, spots out Toothless from Wine, will be knocked out.
Could be costly. 2 versus 2 and a couple of missed sprays, but Pickle doesn't matter. 3 bursts, 3. Sorry.
There's gonna be a flash and denies the spike plant. It's gonna be another, knowing that there's one from Wine. That's going to be a little bit of a whiff for them, and still gets the job. A free take. Then you know what, just like that, 3 already peaks from the. Javi, however, will be taking 3, forcing it to a 1v1. He did not make that. This time they kind of took a different course of action. Actually just going on full towards B-Long here. But Ice with that spray of some kills in the process. Dizzy goes for the push, but Kuyawi for the trade, and only Enix to work with in here. They can go for the crossfire, but Kuyawi only has a slimmer of health to work with, and 2 versus 1 now. Enix can work this through.
Direct.
Yeah? Oh, all right. So yeah, here we go. Thanks for that. Well, dear viewers and listeners, if there's just someone listening to this pre-show, again, this is the pre-show. Valorant matches will come in later. We were talking about if hindi narinig kanina, we were talking about our fearless predictions. Dito sa if you just tuned in, we were talking about the fearless prediction kung sino magcha-champion, because this is the last leg, this is the last day, and we're gonna have another one in who knows when. But all right, since we are okay now, Jarvis, Clark, yeah, you get some news for us, some laptops.
So, oo. Diba this year nagkaroon ng bago CES 2022 CES 2022, nag-release si Gigabyte ng mga new laptop lines, lalo yung mga 16-inch laptops namin na super OP nung specs na. So parang pinump up lalo. Maganda actually, na siya, naka-max na yung specs pero minax pa namin, so ganun yung i-expect nyo this year.
Will we see them on screen?
I don't think so. Parang wala yata.
Oh, so speaking of habang inaayos pa yun, guys, we do have giveaways for our audience members later on today. Meron tayo 2 Aero shirts, isang action figure na chibi, then isang cap, isang Aeros cap. Super ganda ng cap na yun. Gusto ko actually pakakuha nun. And of course, isang Gigabyte helmet. So, perfectly street legal to sa mga nakamotor dyan. Comment na kayo. So, after actually ng pre-show agad, may papag-giveaway agad tayo ng 2 t-shirts. So, stay tuned.
Yay!
Yun. So,
Nagpogi po sa bang nag-gaming. So, yes, sir.
who?
Okay.
Si Clark?
Okay. Sige, lakasan ko ng konti. Wait. Yung gamit ko.
So habang nag-aayos si Sir Clark, shoutouts tayo sa mga solid viewers natin dyan from PCWORX. And again guys, naka-multi-stream to sa Fulcrum Esports page and sa NVIDIA GeForce Philippines. Don't forget to like and share yung stream. And of course, i-like nyo rin yung mga pages nila. So shoutouts kay Mark Anthony, super solid niya na viewer. Lahat ng live streams ni PCWORX nandyan yan. So Sir Kevin Timothy Perez, shoutout sa'yo sir. Si Ferdinand Saison, ito actually, yung unang naalala ko pa si Sir Ferdinand Saison. Unang comment niya was a live stream before with Intel. Tawag doon, gamit niya pa is medyo bad boy gaming. So, yung page niya mismo, yes. Yung page niya mismo yung pinang-comment niya. Pero at least, hindi niya na-page yung personal account niya gamit niya. So, shoutout sa inyo guys. Hello, like and share yung stream. So, thank you. Kahit ito yung last for the Harbinger series, hindi ito yung last for PCWORX and NVIDIA GeForce Philippines. So, stay tuned sa PCWORX page for more announcements. Balita ko, magkakaroon daw kami ng, ng, ng stream tomorrow ng 3 p.m. Balita ko lang naman yan, guys. Kasi magkakaroon kami ng flash sale ata.
Wow!
Pero yeah.
Abang-abang.
And of course, kasama may mga gigabyte hours tayo na products included with our lineup for tomorrow. So yun. So okay na po ba yung ating mic ni Sir? Okay na. So go ahead, Sir.
Go ahead, Sir Clark.
Ano nga ba sinasabi ko kanina?
Yung mga laptops, Sir Clark. Yung CES 2022.
Nag-release nga kami ng bago laptops na super max ang hardware, the specs niya. And also, yung look niya medyo nagbago rin. Siyempre, doon pa rin yung mga key components like yung mga magagandang air vent kasi mahalaga yon. And also yung cooling system, maganda pa rin. So, makita nyo na lang siya sa pag nag-update kami sa Gigabyte Laptops page, sa Facebook page. So, follow nyo na lang rin yon para sa mga bagong updates sa mga laptops. Siguro mga around this week mag-release kami ng mga bagong posting about that. Pero for now, pag-usapan muna natin yung mga current promotions na nag-running. So, alam ko Sir Jarvis, meron tayong mga CNY promos kasi approaching na, malapit na mag-CNY.
Yes!
Next week na actually.
Wait lang.
CNY is coming up.
I'll pull it up. Wait lang. Actually, di ko ina-expect na pero at least meron akong links dito nun. Wait. Meron tayo extended holiday promo. Kasama siya sa CNY actually. For Gigabyte. And meron tayong CNY promo itself. So, for the extended holiday sale, meron tayong 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laptops. Different price points. With the A7X1, A5X1, 15PKD, G7MD, and G5MD. And of course guys, marami tayong freebies. For example, for the A7X1, meron tayong freebie na Aerus bag and bomber jacket. For the A5X1, the bag, of course, yung laptop bag. It's a backpack guys, hindi yung sling bag na laptop bag. And a windbreaker. For the 15PKD, we have the cap, the t-shirt, and the bag. And for the G7MD and the G5MD, meron ulit tayong laptops. And of course, naka-promo price siya. And sila actually for, I think it's, you could save like 4,000 to 2,000 pesos. Wait, checking. Yeah, 4,000, less 1,000 to 4,000 pesos yung mga laptops natin. 5 laptops natin na extended holiday sale. And of course, for the CNY, guys, so New Year deals natin, like, hindi pa tapos sa New Year guys, alam niyo naman sa Pilipinas, may second New Year tayo since, yes, for the Chinese New Year. Wait lang, ilan to? We have 3 laptops included for the Chinese New Year. It's the Gigabyte G5 GD, it's i5 11400H, powered by an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3050, and ito, yun nga, kakasabi lang ni Sir Clark, naka 16GB na agad yung mga laptops nila. So, no need to upgrade. So, it's 16GB, 3200MHz. Gen 4, 512GB SSD. 15.6 inches yung, tawag nun, yung size ng screen. So, 144Hz Full HD. So, it's 1080p. It's the sweet spot for esports gamers out there. Yung mga on-the-go natin. Kasi, like, truth be told, yung mga esports gamer dyan, hindi na rin bumubuo ng mga desktops. Like, ano na lang yan bibili na lang yan ng laptop, naka 144Hz na yung monitor, so bibili na lang sila ng keyboard and mouse and headset, diba? So, no need na, at least one time na lang yung payment mo, no need to upgrade this and that. So,
ano lang rin meron pa isang version yan ni G7 GD.
Yes.
Halos same yung specs, pero ano siya, 17-inch yung panel, 16GB na rin yung RAM. So, pag gusto nyo na mas malaking panel, G7 GD, pero pag ayaw nyo na mas malaki, G5.
Wait, i-comment natin right now yan guys. Wait, i-comment ko right now sa ating page yung link for the actual photo na pinag-usapan natin. So, ayun. Yung 15 inches, it's 54,995 when you buy sa PCWORX. For the Ang tawag doon? For the G7, it's 57,995. And of course, for the both laptops, meron kayong free laptop bag and windbreaker.
Also windbreaker. Yeah.
Yes. And guys, yun na until supplies last lang to. Kasi super limited yung stocks ni PCWORX, I think. If ever man maubusan, you could still order, pero order basis siya. So, you need to wait.
For the windbreaker pala, don't keep in mind na kailangan nyo i-register lang sa parang Google Docs sa page lang ni Gigabyte, makikita nyo na lang doon, or mag-chat na lang kayo sa Gigabyte Laptops page para ma-claim nyo yung windbreaker, kasi baka magkakayo mga end users natin na pagbili na ng G5 GD tas wala pang windbreaker. I-claim nyo sa amin yan para kami na personally papadala at your doorstep. No need to go out, basta ipapadala namin, ilalagay nyo lang doon yung mga shipping details nyo, and antay na lang kayo after February 7, i-ship namin silang lahat kasi nandito naman na sila lang para consolidated lang yung pag-ship namin.
Then, may isa pa tayong laptop. Unfortunately, hindi ito gaming laptop. This is the Gigabyte U4UD. This is more of a productivity laptop. It's powered by an Intel Core i7-1195G7. So yung graphics niya is Iris Xe, which is yung integrated ni Intel. It's again 16GB na, hindi lang yung gaming laptop ni Gigabyte yung 16GB agad. Gen 4, 512GB, 14 inches, 60Hz, Full HD, and Windows 11 agad. So it comes with a free laptop bag and tumbler.
Nakakatuwa yung Gigabyte laptops na. Para bibili ka na lang, no need na isipin mo pa kung ano pa yung kailangan mo i-upgrade. Gamitin mo na lang, update ka lang ng drivers, pwede na. Game ka na agad. Install mo na lang like yung mga favorite games mo, like Valorant, mga ganun. Gina agad eh.
Definitely. So, by the way, yung mga speaking of updates dyan, don't forget to update your game-ready drivers and all, because God of War. I know this is a Valorant event, but God of War, man.
Yes.
God of War optimized with DLSS, RTX on, and NVIDIA Reflex. Which brings me to a point, is NVIDIA Reflex. If you haven't turned on NVIDIA Reflex yet and haven't watched Jaeger's video, dear viewer, NVIDIA Reflex can help you optimize your system latency on top of your network latency. So, all Gigabyte laptops na merong RTX video cards, or the latest ones, hanggang 900 series, if you still have a Gigabyte 900 series laptop for some reason, then you got NVIDIA Reflex working for you for your Valorant matches. And di ba, Jarves, when you were playing, you turn it on and boost, you told us before. And it will definitely help you with your aim, your practice regimen, lalo na if you really want to take esports on the serious level.
So actually, pinapakita na siya, ayun lang, kakalimutan ko lagi, yun yung So, yan, kitang-kita na you could get around 50% less system latency, especially 45 to 29 milliseconds, guys. Alam mo naman, when it comes to tawag doon, to esports titles natin yan. Kasi talagang every frame, every second, di ba, every millisecond counts. Maybe like 5-10 years from now, nanoseconds counts na tayo. So, wala nyo.
Right.
Diba? So, make sure na you have NVIDIA Reflex monitor, mouse, and of course meron kay Nvidia na GPU, kahit anong generation pa yan, kahit 900 series pa yan, as long as you're using an Nvidia graphics card, you could choose to turn on Nvidia Reflex.
Actually, tumaas yung yung headshot rate ko nung nalaman ko na nagkaroon na ng Nvidia Reflex eh. So sobrang laking bagay na Nvidia Reflex talaga. Akala ko ako yung may mali eh. Hindi pala.
Well, you gotta have, you gotta invest in your, diba, like any careers naman, you gotta invest dun sa magiging tools mo for your future endeavors, for your practice, and for your not just you but also your teammates. Kasi if meron na kayong skills, alright, meron na kayong skills and then you have the proper gear, then you'll be unbeatable. Because, di ba, if pareho kayo ng skill level, then the one with the better gear, the one with the better, better optimized weapons will have the advantage. So, Clark and Jarvis, you were saying about yung other, yung other deals natin ngayon dito sa mga Gigabyte products. Yeah.
Speaking of, na-mention ko na to yesterday. Wait lang, ililink ko lang yung ating album para at least makita ng audience natin kung wait lang, ilink ko lang. Here's products available. Yan. So ayun, yung special mention lang dito is we do have 2 system builds available at 2 different price points for our gamers out there. So we do have the Gigabyte GeForce Esports bundle. The first one is 75,695. Yung mga special mention lang dito parts is the Gigabyte NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 Eagle OC 12GB GDDR6 powered by the CPU with the AMD Ryzen 5 5600X. And for the motherboard, Gigabyte B550M Aorus Pro AX
Right.
AM4. Yes. Then for the meron tayong 125,995 pesos naman na price point, mas higher end to. For the graphics card, it's an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3070 Gaming OC 8GB GDDR6. Intel Core i7 12700KF. So it's the 12 gen, yung pinaka tawag doon. Pinaka latest na from Intel. So with the motherboard is the Z690. Again, latest din yung motherboard. Alam naman natin na if you're upgrading your processor, you need to upgrade your motherboard when it comes to Intel. So it's Wi-Fi DDR4 LGA 1700. So and guys, yung socket type for the 12th gen Intel is LGA 1700. It's DDR4, so no need na guys to upgrade to DDR5 yet. So with the PSU against the Gigabyte then, it's Gigabyte P750 watts 80 plus gold. It's fully modular. Hindi pala, may liquid cooler na kasama from Gigabyte din. Wait lang, check ko if ayun, wala palang liquid cooler to. Yung so naka-stock cooler kayo for the 75,000 na price point. The 125,000 price points is the 240mm AIO ni Gigabyte, which is the Gigabyte Aorus Water Force. So actually, if gusto niyo bumili rin ng Gigabyte Aorus Water Force, just go to our Gigabyte Concept Store sa SM North. PCWORX din yung mag-manage nun. Or you could order sa through our Facebook page, yes, or sa aming Viber community. Actually, kaka-post ko lang ng mga Gigabyte stock coolers. I mean, not stock coolers, like air cooler and AIOs available sa PCWORX. Hanapin nyo lang sa page namin.
Nice. So, nakapag-try ka na ba, Sir Jarvis, ng mga RTX, ng mga graphics card ni Gigabyte?
Hindi ko sure kung Gigabyte yung RTX cards office. Kasi personally, I'm just using a 1650. Hindi ko pa naman kasi kailangan RTX. Pero, ayun pala, meron tayong special announcement, Sir Hero. The 3050 is now available, right?
Yes, of course. We just announced it.
The 3050 GPU, we just announced it last night, 10 p.m. The 3050 is now available sa nationwide. Everywhere, actually. Yes. So, isipin nyo, like a 50 model card, like the lowest budget card na makukuha nyo right now, pwede na kayo mag-RTX. So, yun lang. Message nyo lang kami if you're interested into buying a 3050. Later on, like next week, we'll be posting more on the SKUs from brands and of course from Gigabyte if may 3050 na kami. Pero post naman namin yun. So, be sure na to follow and like nyo yung page namin, fb.com/PCWORX for more updates. And of course, i-follow nyo rin yung page ni Gigabyte.
Yes. So,
Definitely. Follow Gigabyte for more information about these. Clark, you were saying?
actually, mapapansin nyo lang kasi, kanina nabanggit kasi ni Sir Jarvis yung mga graphics card. Nakita nyo ba yung coolers na ito? Kahit 3050 lang naka 3 naka WindForce pa rin siya. Napansin nyo ba yun? Yung mga bagong release.
What's the WindForce technology for our viewers who are newbies to this PC building thing, Clark? Ano ba yung WindForce technology na ino-offer ng Gigabyte Aorus?
Wait. Bago sabihin ni Sir Clark, ito ba Sir Clark yung dalawang fan, yung first and third fan is pa clockwise and yung gitna is pa counterclockwise?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Tapos yung pinaka petals, ba tawag sa mga fan blades? Yung fan blades niya is optimized para mag-capture yung pinaka maximum airflow. And also less turbulence kasi yung alternate spinning siya. So,
Kasi alam ko, I was researching about like the Gigabyte GPUs, yung mga graphics cards natin. Number one, yung perforated na fan blades para mas makapag-capture ng air. Kasi, like, we're on the sciencey stuff na to, pero yes, tawag doon, kasi air is still a fluid, so, ano pa rin, basta ganun. Then of course, tawag doon, since it's, yung fan niya, hindi siya for flow, yung airflow, more on, like, it needs, what's the proper term, Sir Clark? Yung static pressure, yes. Nakakapagpataas ng static pressure yung counterclockwise na fan sa gitna. Compare sa clockwise siya. So, alam ko merong YouTube video yan somewhere, like they tried using yung gitna na clockwise as well. Parang they modded the heatsink, the fans. Bumaba, I think, ng 10-15 degrees. I mean, tumaas ng 10-15 degrees yung GPU. So, yeah.
Wow.
So,
Two
ayun.
winners of giveaway ng shirt? Is this a shirt?
Yes,
Awesome
sir. Our shirt natin. So,
awesome.
Kahit ako, wala ako niyan eh. Pero nakita ko din.
yun, congratulations kay Gabriel Almazan for winning the t-shirt natin, the first one. I think we have another one, Sir Derek. Boss Derek from the heavens. Wait. Iba yun pakita. So yun, yes, yung website namin, that's PCWORX.ph. Mamaya, pag-wrap up, sabihin ko lahat ng mga links natin. So mukhang natatagalan si Derek. Ngayon, si A. Garcia Varandmal, congratulations for winning the Aorus t-shirt natin. So yung two winners natin, si Gabriel Almazan and si A. Garcia Varandmal. Congratulations again for joining. Meron pa tayong tatlong giveaway later on today. Meron tayong action figure na Chibi, isang cap, Aorus cap, and is of course, yung sought after na helmet ni Gigabyte. So, yung mechanics natin, just tag 3 of your friends, and of course, hashtags natin for today. So, yeah, wrap up na tayo, Derek, no? So, I'll just say yung mga natin. Yung on where to buy. Derek.
Mayroon merong technical issues sa end of streaming software natin. But since we're almost into our final day, Clark from Team Gigabyte, any last remarks before we enter into the tournament proper?
Siyempre, follow us on Facebook, Gigabyte PH for the latest updates, and PCWORX para sa mga computer notes nyo, and then Video Philippines para sa updates din about RTX, GPUs, and other PCs. And kung laptop, always check the authorized resellers first. Siyempre si PCWORX, doon na lang kayo bumili kay Gigabyte Concept Store para hindi kayo mahirapan. Diretso lang kayo doon.
Sir Bernard, yung store manager natin for PCWORX.
Sobrang bait ni Sir. Actually, kay PCWORX ko nabili yung buong PC ko eh. Kay Gigabyte Concept Store. Sobrang bait ni Sir Bernard. Shout out, Sir. Wala na kay Sir Calvin eh.
Okay.
Sad. So, yun lang.
Sir Calvin, thank you sa pag-assist niyo sa akin ng mga first days ko sa PCWORX.
Thank you rin, Sir Calvin.
So, yeah, it's my time na. So, mabilisan. Guys, don't forget, yung mga nakikita nyo right now sa page natin, sa live stream right now, yung mga available na laptops, GPUs, and desktop, yung GeForce Esports bundle natin is available sa PCWORX. Just go to our website, pcworks.ph, or i-message nyo kami sa Facebook, m.me/PCWORX. Direkta na yun sa messenger nyo. Or sa fb.com/PCWORX, pero if you're using desktop. And of course, meron tayong Viber Marketplace. Nakakalink naman yan sa lahat ng postings natin. Just scan yung QR code. Then of course, Viber Marketplace natin just only transact with admins. Yung mga admins natin may star badges dyan. And of course, hindi makawawala, shopee.ph/NVIDIA GeForce official store, guys. So, ayun, wait nyo lang. Ayun, as I've said earlier, meron tayong live stream tomorrow with Vil. Ay, Vil, kung nanonood ka man. Ready ka na for tomorrow, 3 p.m. Saturday, meron tayong sale. Of course, may kasama tayong mga gigabyte products din dyan. So, hindi ngayon yung last day na available si Gigabyte, pero pa tayong flash sale. So, kasama pa rin ulit yan. So, yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah,
Nice.
alright. And yeah, thanks Jarvis, thanks Clark for gracing us with your presence this afternoon dito sa ating GeForce
You're welcome,
Harbinger
sir.
series pre-show. Alright, and to all our viewers and listeners who made it this far, don't touch anything. We will have the best Valorant match you'll be seeing today. Seriously. No joke yun, alright? So don't touch anything. This concludes the pre-show. We will now head over to the tournament proper with Jaeger and Ziora. And this is, us. This is for us, Jarvis, Clark, me. This is us signing off. So see you on the next Harbinger Series tournament. Good luck, have fun. Thank you
Guys,
for tuning in.
Dito ulit si Ziora for shoutcasting.
Petition niya. Lagay nyo na sa comments. Share this stream. And, bye for now, guys. Not forever. Bye-bye.
Doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings.
Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament, sponsored by PCWORX. My name is Jaeger, joined by Zayora, and we are into the semi-finals and the grand finals of the final GeForce Harbinger tournament, at least for Season 1. I don't know if it's going to be the same name going into the next one, but here you go. Team Nova Sphinx, Amethyverse, TC Rising Stars, and Outplay Uprising. And our first teams will be Amethyverse versus Outplay Uprising, as we'll be heading into Ascent for our first map. And let's take a quick look at the prize pool, as you guys want to see. Actually, okay, go for the brackets first, so you can see how they got here as well. As Coup de Grace, NCG Junior, and Looking for Org as well. I'm guessing they had a couple of pro players in them. All have been shut down for Outplay Uprising to get to this point. Amethyverse being in One Accord, and One Accord did beat Outplay Polaris. TC Rising have been Catalyst to get to this point, as well as 717 Monsters. And Team Nova Sphinx beat Maximum Disrespect very dominantly. They had a really good game. So I'm not sure how that game is going to go on the other side, but at least for this game, this could be closely contested, as of course we do have Worship, Gadoas, Nazmi, Disrupt, and Eugene S. This is the prize pool. Champions get 13,000, runner-up gets 7,000, 20,000 peso prize pool. It doesn't sound like a gigantic amount compared to like some of the tournaments out there, but considering it's gone on for 8 weeks, players had the opportunity to make up 160,000 pesos. So you keep that in mind. And of course, we do have a giveaway as well. For you guys out there that like, share, and you comment in hashtag FramesWinGames, hashtag PCWORX, hashtag PCWORX, you guys can win a couple of goodies here. So they're shown on the screen. One of the most impressive parts being the helmets. We've also had our action figures, caps, and t-shirts being given away yesterday as well. So please do comment in, put in those comments in the comment section, like and share if you want to have requests, if you want to hear my partner do her baby voice or whatever else. Just say it in the chat, and she'll do it for you guys, because she's nothing but a people pleaser at the end of the day. He loves to make you guys feel happy. And so there you go. This is going to be the first map of a best of 3. And as I said, Worship, Gadoas, Nazmi, Disrupt, Eugene S. It should sound like a familiar team to any of you that are a fan of Valorant, simply because this is a team that they've had a number of showings so far. Of course, Nazmi and Disrupt coming in from DRE Sports. Gadoas, who's been on a number of teams, most recently Oasis Gaming, who he was with Worship in as well. And finally, Eugene S from Vendetta, a very good Reina player at that time. And these guys as a team, that's a very star-studded team. And on Ascent, I think they're going to do an amazing job. They seem like the kind of team that are just going to keep pushing out in mid and winning fights. And then, of course, they'll be starting off on the attacker side in Ascent, and then we do have Icebox as our second map, and it'll be them on the defenders. And then for the final map, it's going to be on Split the Decider, where Outplay Uprising will be on defender as well. Happy Simple, Psycho, we saw them yesterday, Outplay did a really good job. Amethyverse, a bunch of young lads, very talented boys. And well, we'll be jumping into the map in just a minute as the Agent Select is ready to go. And when you're looking at Ascent, Double Initiator, always the play in my opinion.
Definitely. I mean, Ascent, we've been mentioning this. This is like your go-to map for most of our professional players out there. And this is also one of the compact maps other than Split. So you can definitely have more versatility in terms of moving around the map, checking these corners, checking all these tactics that can be done, since you do have big cross as your middle side of the map, so that there are some amount of angles that each of our teams has to consider as well. So we are going to head on to the drafting phase here. We'll start it off with Ascent, and here we are going to see utility-driven compositions, at least for the side of Outplay Outrising. This time around, they do still have the Killjoy Astra combination, followed by a Jet, who's basically going to be their main source of entry, or one of the main sources of their entry, followed by Sova with a little bit of intel here. His recon bolts, his drones are very much useful and quite tedious to work with. And of course, the Sky as its initiator. It's been a common tactic that they use that flash and then suddenly push for aggression. For the side of AMV, they do have the Sova KO. The only one that's different actually is the KO. So KO here is another type of initiator. The suppress coming in from this agent is so useful as well, not just for intel, but also denies utilities from enemies, especially if you would try to be the aggressor on this end. So right now, since AMV are the attacker side first in towards this first half, we are definitely going, I'm definitely going to expect that they are going to be more aggressive, especially that they do have that necessary utilities at play. Although for the other agents, I don't see any much of an excuse of, a difference in terms of, again, utilities, because I said they're quite similar. Only the KO is different from this lineup. So it's just a matter of the timing on how they use it and to who they use it against and what site and what time, which is basically at this point the difference, or will be one of the differences of our teams respectively. And with that being said, we're going to head on to our game right now. Both of our teams are quite eyeing out a site, but I like it how Outplay here, it's not really neglecting the capabilities of them actually going to be. So yeah, we just have to see how things are going to pan out from here. So I'm going to expect a little bit of a KO suppress the very start, followed by a recon bolt from the Sova just to get that information going, to see if they can already commit the push. Since this is pistol round, you would want to have that playstyle of getting that double peaks, getting that refrags done, so you can basically plant down that spike. But of course, while waiting, we want this game to be at its optimum, capacity, at its optimal condition. So of course, I'm just gonna wait for the teams to reconnect. Oh, some packet losses. I'm pretty sure you experienced that as well, Jaeger.
Yeah, just last night actually. Something recently. The servers have been a little bit congested, I guess, and it's been making people feel a lot of that lag. Packet loss is probably the worst thing in this game compared to you can play on 50 to 100 ping. You cannot play on any amount of loss. And yeah, it was pretty funny because the guy, his name is Kuyawi, he jumps in, he goes, pause at 10, please. 1 million ping. So, obviously, it wasn't a million ping, but it was enough that he couldn't play properly. So, yeah, just going for a quick reconnect, that normally does fix it. Even me, as a spectator, I'm currently experiencing a little bit of packet loss as well. So, that's a little bit unfortunate. I'm not sure what causes the packet loss, but they'll be ready to go. And as you said, it is going to be that A hit, and they'll be looking to gather the utility, the information. And the nice thing about having a KO over the Sky is you do get the nades that can force out positions. I really like the KO nade. I think it is vastly underrated. And yeah, as a Sky you get heals. You do get the information from the ult. So there are definitely some pros to having the Sky on your team. But I feel like KO's utility, especially on Ascent, it just gives you a little bit of an edge. You can keep that KO up. It means that you're taking away abilities from your defenders. And think about it. If you're a Sky and you're playing in short, you're ready to get those flashes out, you get suppressed. Suddenly they're pushing in. You can't ready out any of that utility to flash them out. You've got 2 flashes coming out of the KO. He is the only flasher on that team. but it's the same amount of flashes that you get from the sky as well. The only thing that's different with the flashes is you don't have as much control as you do with the sky. You don't get information from your flashes either. And KO, well, you have to do your 200 IQ moments, your brain moves that show exactly the trajectory you need to get those flashes going. And more often than not, you need to. I think it takes a bit of research for preset flashes, but more often than not, it is instinct when it comes to knowing exactly the trajectory you need to throw that flash at.
And yeah, like we've already been like enumerating, at least on paper, the things both of our teams would do. There's not really much of a question in their skills because basically they're quite experienced for this specific reason, and it's just again all up to how they perform or how they literally outplay each other at this point. So here, there's like again, I've been emphasizing this for most of the tournament proper. Utility-driven compositions is just basically, you could say, like the current method that we have right now. It's not just about getting the duelist tour or basically just getting all these wins going. It's more on how these teams are able to synergize with each other by using their respective utilities and identifying how much more they can have for any potential post-plant or retake capabilities for both sides of the team. And I think this is going to be the start of the game very shortly. So just have to wait. Looking at the minimap right now, at least I think they're kind of shifting to B for the side.
There might be a mislead. Well, they are ready to go as the game gets unpaused. There will be some information starting things off at the B side. This is the thing you generally see, is that Killjoy and that Silver mixed together. He was trying to get around the corner but got blocked by Eugene S. Very rude. And they have full mid control. The only thing that is there is an alarm bot, which he's triggered early on. Eugene has absolutely no fear to take that map control. So now it's starting to push towards mid a little bit. Kuyawi holding short with the shorty is very effective, especially against Disrupt, who's on the Killjoy. You don't have any kind of movement abilities. Finds the first, but there's the shotgun. Comes into play, missed shot in the second, and Godot shuts him down immediately. And that is going to be the man advantage. They know that someone's already pushed into A main. That's going to be the door going down. That flash is about to come out. And that is going to force Godot just to turn away for the meantime. And he's going to get the information exactly where Sky is as well.
Having that man advantage, as you mentioned, Spike is planted. In terms of how our defenders are scaled here, Sana All is able to win the fight against Eugene from Heaven, but that is intel. Godowers for the trade, all the more giving them advantage. Nice deny of intel from Javi. It's gonna be down. They do know one's in Jenny. Ooh, Godowers goes for the 3, and only Javi as the remain shuts him down. Is it going to be another one? Reloads a frenzy, and Nazmi just goes for the push. And that is a great start for the side of AMV to get their first round. It's also very crucial because pistol rounds basically is like one of the openers to your potential momentum. So because they now have better weaponry and better eco, I'm expecting that they are going to win this round as well. Unless, of course, there is, a difference in aim. That's going to be a different story. But as I see right now, yes, I am expecting that they should be able to have this second round for them. Ooh, now that is what you have been saying there, Jaeger. The fact that the Sky is suppressed, you can no longer flash it, but Sicko still gets 1 and Disrupt 4-2 for trade. And that is already enough for them to actually take a hold of the site. This is a very nice position to plant the spike. Not your usual default plant, more of a different one as well. But still, good job to outplay. They are able to at least get 1 away from them. Not going to be a flawless round, to say the least.
You see how well they isolate those fights as well? They put down a swarm grenade, the door goes down, they put a smoke down so they can't just push into it. They make sure that they get into good positions first.
Yeah, indeed. And Sana all here already spots out Worship. Worship just striggle picking. That's gonna be attempted double peek from Javi, but not knowing that Nazmi is in the other side of the area. And again, as expected, they are to win this second round, and it's going to be a bonus round for them. So with better rifles for the side of Outplay, this may have a turn of event here, at least get their first point. But nonetheless, AMV is still going to be quite, at least healthy in terms of the next round after this, since they did win 2 rounds in a row. Sicko starting to open it with taking Eugene down. Worship goes for the trade, gives Disrupt the orb. Also a good thing. Jet has to be careful when peeking right here because he could be double peek at any time. Kuya Yawi will take Worship down and dashes to safety quite rather fast. 4 versus 3 man advantage goes to Outplay, to say the least. They do have the luxury to peek. Almost a pull there from the Astra. Nazmi takes down Kuya Yawi. Nazmi as well takes 2 with the help of a refrag from Disrupt, or a distraction from Disrupt. It's gonna be a Cosmic Divide closing up the heaven and heaven entrances. And the only thing that they have to look at, to say the least, is Garden. But
yeah, they have so much time for the rotate.
They
and
do.
Gadoa's, he took so much map control by himself. They all rotated and they left nothing in mid. Even the Killjoy removed his alarm bot in mid, and that just let Gadoa's walk all the way in. So not great in terms of the map control. And now so was all by himself on that A side, and he thinks that perhaps it's a double fake, but that spike's about to go down, and he knows with the time that he has called this wrong.
Indeed, and Sana all here has to basically isolate the fights for things to pan out for him. Disrupt is the only member low on HP for the side of AMV, but that would be a bit tricky to actually get him considering the man advantage. It's going to be a recon bolt, but was easily denied by Nazmi. This turret is going to be tedious for him to work with, as Gadoris just takes advantage of that and goes for the 3rd point.
They win the bonus round. Not a good sign for the team of Koyawi, as you should be taking that away when you have that superior weaponry, but just good spacing and good placement of players with the rifles as well did allow them that win. We saw a lot of individual peaks as well coming in from Outplay, and the only person, or the only people that were outplaying at that point were themselves, so they do need to start playing as a team. You see those double peaks from the same positions. It is hard to keep consistent spray onto 2 players right next to each other. And Koyawi overextends his welcome, and Eugene S shows him the front door. Psycho has gone into a good position. I don't know if they've noticed that though. I think they should be checking it. Nope, they actually are overlooking this possibility. No, they're not. Worship does check it, but there's Psycho with the double kill. Trying to shut him down. A triple kill from Psycho. Brings it into the 2 versus 3. There is a numbers advantage, and they're getting peeked from every which angle. Not too careful with their utility this time around.
And just like that, it's down to a 2v1. That's gonna be a flash here. Isolating the fights by Godowers. It's gonna be another no, and Sana all gets that sheriff kill here. It's gonna be a thrifty round for them. And all the more, they will be getting themselves a weapon as well coming this 5th round.
Always goes, isn't it? It's always one of those pistol rounds that steals away your first. And Outplay, they've actually gambled on taking an operator here, and just forgoing a little bit of the armor for Yaoi. And Amethyverse, they've got plenty of money left behind, so they're not too worried about that. Disrupt with the Odin. And that's going to be the first kill. What a great prediction from Disrupt. He knew he had to throw in that recon bolt, so he just pre-fires, and he gets that first kill.
Now, them knowing that there is an operator in towards B, it kind of gave them the message that, okay, let's just rotate from A once again. Now this time they do have one in towards mine. The turret, it's nice discipline for Hobby not to push it. But they do know someone's at wine, and this pull coming in from the Asa is very, useful. Hobby takes 2, but in terms of man advantage, we do see that AMV has the upper hand. So right now, I think this lockdown is just a diversion so that they can go towards B. Kuya Yawi may have had his keen observing in here, takes out the gun at a timely manner. Ooh, spots out the gun of Nazmi and just takes him down from smoke, equalizing everything to a 2 versus 2. Eugene was able to tap him down in time, and an Odin kill coming in from Disrupt for a 3rd. Beautifully done, and was able to get their point back and their lead as well.
Good job there by Amethyverse to salvage that situation. And I mean, I say salvage. They started off with that first kill. They only lost a couple of players to the players inside of Wine, which is a nice double peak, I have to say. A nice try there from Outplay, but there's way too many bodies being thrown at them. Kuyawi has worked his way out, and he's looking for this first target. Nazmi around the corner, and a right click would take him out. Unfortunately, he was trying to save his daggers there. Will get taken down, but so does Eugene S. So they both lose a jet at the start of the round.
At least equalizing everything. In pack, you do see Disrupt here just spamming the Odin towards mid. And the other members here are slowly crawling their way towards B. Sana all with only a sheriff to work with. I don't think this is going to be beneficial for him, but I do think that he heard that audio cue, so it's enough to basically warn the other members that, oh wait, they are going to come from B. Spike, however, is in the hands of Sova, and I think Disrupt is just going to go for that potential flank, or will be taking that flank away. So we're going to close market. Netflix takes one, Sana all takes another, and takes a double at least for a sheriff. I kind of jinxed it, to say the least, when they said that they are equal to. This is the Odin. Ooh. That's gonna be one. Not gonna be another. There's no collateral in there. He kind of whips his shots, and Sicko just pushes in. Gets their second point. They can equalize it. They just need 2 more rounds to tie up the score line. But so far, I think AMV still has the upper hand here. They just have to do the usual trend that they've done for the first 4 wins that they've had. I think they're kind of like playing along the sites here just to condition, or just to see which side they are most comfortable with. So Kuyayawi is going to be detected. Eugene with that blade storm takes him down. So that basically denies any operator capabilities that OE has at the moment.
Could you just sit in the corner? A great situation. Now pushing through. Oh, Netflix. Nice drive. He was still moving. I didn't even counter that Gadours. Dory made his way past. Netflix gets caught immediately. Nice shot there by Gadours. He picks up the... Oh, dear. You see it happening as well, but Nazmi is there for the trade. That's what the player up in high mid. They know where Nazmi was. But there is the spike going down in the B site, sending out the Seekers. And they have a couple of salvage weapons, but this 2 versus 3... It's not going to be easy. Worship's very low.
It's going to be a lockdown as well. It's going to lure out the members. Hunter's Fury. There'll be another. Will he be able to push it? And yes! Indeed, Sicko with the timing heavy as well, but from behind this takes the trade, but Sicko was able to refrag in time. And right now, Outplay is slowly starting to bounce back from this and to potentially tie things up for the team. They're playing it a bit slow here. They're playing it passively in comparison with the previous rounds that we have seen. They're making their peaks disciplined. They're waiting for the utilities to be forced out from AMV. There you go.
One of the most important things about that last round was because of that 3 versus 2, you could see how they were sending so much information, they were sending so much presence. Oh, hold that thought, as a peek at the very start of the round there. They just want to go in for a straight up A rush, and this is a 4-man stack on the A site, but they have found the first kill.
Oh. Flashed out his own teammate. Kuyawi takes one. Sicko as well as he pushes. That's gonna be another for Kuyawi. And this forces Nasmi to go back, but from the behind, Psycho takes 3. And now, as expected, closer fight between both of our teams. We do have a tie in the score lines. So far, so good. And it's still going to be anyone's game. But looking at weapons, both of our teams do have their necessary rifles and Kuyawi for the operator. For the side of AMV, they have a split buy here. They have a broken buy. Some are guardians, some are just having ghosts, and most of them just having half armor.
It's a great little strafe jump there to bait out the AWP shot. See them marking exactly where he is as well.
I like it how Eugene did not destroy the drone, but then again, he kind of like sprayed through that alarm bot in hopes of destroying it, but it kind of like gave an intel as well. Nice. Nicely done. Defying gravity. Ooh, but that is enough to dink Eugene right here. They don't have a healer to work with too. Sicko takes Eugene down. Sicko as well for another in towards that corner. See, this is also the good thing for Psycho. He kind of conditioned them that, oh, he's going towards A most of the time. So now they couldn't really expect that he would be on the mid side of our map in this specific round, in our
30 seconds left.
or in our ninth round rather.
Player standing.
Avi will be taking one and make it another there, as they do bounce back, was able to get that flawless round and also have a 1-point advantage into our scoreboard. Again, this is mostly about them playing for peaks and starting to win off their fights, and also forcing out these utilities away from AMV.
They look like they want to go straight back into that A stack again. And look at all that utility they litter all over that A side. Just one player making noise with the footsteps, but then all the utility comes in. They've heard an owl drone, they've seen a suppress, they know at least 2 players are here. Try to get some information with the flash as well. Now they know there's a killjoy there as well, so they've now had 3 different agents show presence in the A site. Gadoz is doing what he does best. He's going for a lurk in mid. He's had some really big impact kills from his positioning, and they're trying to get him into that position again to succeed. There's 45 seconds left on the clock. At the time it is running down, so they have to start thinking about getting the plant going.
Yeah, they need to commit at this point. And they need to commit to make a decision whether they're going to commit A or not, because if they don't, they only have 30 seconds to spread. That's going to be a cosmic divide. We'll be going for that push as well. Nateflix is gonna be detected. Eugene goes for the spray, whips it out. That's gonna be a lucky save by Worship and Nazmi. 2 versus 3. GeForce is able to get the flank. Able to take a Yaoi away. GeForce wasn't able to see Sova from heaven. Oh, he might go for that rotate. It's gonna be a suppressed, and now he's detected. Now they know that Sana All is in heaven. They don't need to basically peek at this point. But it's just the crossfires coming in from the team is great. GeForce spots out Sana All here. Sana All not gonna decide to go into this fight. Could be a recon ball as well. Beautiful crossfire by Eugene and GeForce as they win out the 5th point. So no one's basically backing down from these fights, and as expected, we are going to have a closer fight between 2 of these teams.
But yeah, we're gonna go for an early peek into B main again. And let's see if they can bait out another shot. And as we've been doing a really good job of keeping that operator from causing them too much trouble, putting the gravity wells exactly where he needs to put them. You can see exactly where he's put that star as well. He activates the gravity well right there. He gets pulled into it, and he can't catch anyone. There's so many targets he has to hit. And nice job there from Sana All, using the Odin to get a kill through the wall.
Kind of forces out the members to go towards mid. That's gonna be one, not gonna be another as Worship goes for the refrag. Worship is able to see Psycho. Nateflix has an idea that one is at mid, uses this smoke here to have them to cover. Sprays in hopes to injure someone in the process. Disrupt, however, does not seem to see Kuya Yao here. There'll be one who goes for the trade. Ooh, the reload takes one, but Sana All from sight is able to cover Kuya Yaoi.
Last
That's
round
6 to
in the
5
half.
in our score. They've been doing pretty well in terms of defending their base. Again, it's them as well trading and refragging for the team. Whenever they do sense that that is also going to be a similar case for AMV. So I personally think that they should go A as again, because that is where they kind of won most of their rounds, at least for AMV. But right now, Kuya Yaoi is already watching the entrance to be main.
Look at all this mid control. They have the entire middle of the map taken up, and there's 3 players from Outplay holding from spawn. You see how much he tried to spot there? He sends out the Trailblazer, he looks left, right. He keep pushing, but they start to back away, and they may be deciding on which side they want to take. This is going to be difficult, because if they're hitting the A side, lots of utility lying in wait. There's stars, there's gravity wells, there's also alarm bots and swarm grenades ready to go. Kuya Yaoi, he can't push forward anymore. They know there was one pushing out, so now they all start to rotate back towards him. And this could be a full-on take towards the B site instead.
I like it how... Oh, good doors. I like it... Wait. What was his name again? I like it how good doors and Worship just jumped together from mid. But anyway, going back here, Nazmi takes advantage of one good overs for the trade. Simple for the refrag, what Worship is going to clean it up. Sicko as well with the kill of his own, trying to isolate these fights. But Godovers with the op is able to reset our scoreboard here. And now let's see if things are going to take a change or a turn. Outplay Uprising has been very known for their aggressive play, so let's see if AMV can counter that out. Or maybe they, despite the fact that they would be in the defender side, maybe they would be the ones to go on offense. So we'll just have to see that for both sides of our team. But right now they're quite separated. They're quite divided here in terms of manpower in our respective sites. Probably gonna play for peaks here for AMV. Oh no, for Outplay. And for the side of AMV, they do have mid covered, mid cubby at least. Let's check out mid link potentially. They do have 2 for each site, so that's a huge deal. denies the recon bolt. Kuyawi spots out disrupt enough to at least get an inch of health. Worship kind of stops himself back there. Heart is going to detect one. That's going to be a reload. Ooh, but does not spot out Kuyawi in that angle. It's the shock dart here, but nice repositioning from Kuyawi. The smoke was placed just in time before Eugenius could actually see Kuyawi in the vicinity. So right now, they're just creating presence towards B, because look at how slowly they are rotating from A. That's going to be a recon bolt right here. Actually, that was a drone, if I'm not mistaken. So Psycho doesn't seem to see, or doesn't seem to see Nazmi from the behind, takes that headshot kill. Psycho will be hearing some footsteps towards going heaven. Not sure if Gadowers is gonna see Psycho. Actually, he hasn't. He did it. So from the behind, they don't have an idea that Psycho is there. This is an opportunity for Psycho now to go for the flank. But Worship sees it, and now it diverts Kuyawi's attention. So it's still Psycho with a 10 HP. Not Kuyawi, more like Eugene. There you go. And there we see
One enemy
Sana
remaining.
all taking Gadowers down. Gadowers for the trade, but Javi to clean it up, and that's going to be their 7th point here for outplay, as expected for their aggression in taking that round.
Seven and 6. We have seen these rounds go back and forth, but the fact that Outplay can keep staying ahead despite the slow start they had, that is a good sign for them. So let's see if they can build on the success, as they are going to be pushing into these sites. And they have the upgraded weapons. They will be taking a couple of challenges from these sheriffs. And hopefully they don't get thriftied. Aldron first, get that information. Out comes the flash as well. Dashing straight into the site. Psycho. He's getting caught by Nazmi. A nice attempt from Eugene S, but one by one, AMV are getting taken down. And 2 versus 5. And double shock dart does not take down the planter. That's a little bit weird.
Spike planted.
Nice try there from Worship. He actually used quite a lot of money in this round.
Indeed. Now they do know that there are people towards heaven. Decide not to peek. The Syrup will be taking that Sheriff kill instead. Kuyawi will be pulled by gravity. Will be spotting at the head of Psycho. Not gonna be concussed, but Sana all gets that Guardian kill. Uses the flash, gets that recon bolt. Will be detecting Psycho, but this is an opportunity for the others to just go for the kill. And with that being said, Outplay will now go and run away with their scores up to the 8th point, and this is what basically, it's not surprising to me, at least, since we've seen it time and time again how Outplay Esports is really aggressive on the attacker side. So it's just a matter of time, and if they can have the capability to capitalize this momentum that they currently have, but with better weapon already in the side of AMV. Let's see if there is going to be, you know, a difference in that, in here, in this regard. Left the spike in B.
At mid presence, they really don't have any at all. They've got no alarm bots, no traps, no nothing. And as I say it, Gadoas moves himself over just to make sure no one is heading into the market without their say-so.
Exactly.
It's the Aldrone looking for the information. Does he check Koyayawi? That's the question. Oh, yes, he does. He has spotted him, and he is going to have to back away because he is not sure whether or not there's an Odin on the other side of that wall. Psycho looking for the information over in the A site. He sent that from very far away. They should be aware of that, considering it expired before he even got close to the site. And now the sound comes in. That should cause the rotate. Up goes concussion and worship. Great defense initially.
30 seconds left.
The Doers will be taking another shot, taking Sana all down, getting that man advantage. With the low HP, he's been really popping up for the team. A little bit away from Hobby, but still gets the job done. The Doers from the corner takes 3, and only 30 seconds to work with. Psycho is going to be suppressed. We don't have time anymore to actually plant the spike, so might as well go and save that gun for some exit frags here. I don't think they're going to go for the hunt as well, because they too would like these bonus guns for the next round, so they are able to get themselves 7th point, not furthering away from the gap of the scoreline.
We are now looking at what seems to be working for our defense. Just having Sova by himself, Worship seems to be a great anchor on his own. He knows how to use his utility to make the spacing. Gedoas, he loves that mid control and he can manage it by himself as well, which he has been doing, making sure that no one's pushed forward. Actually catching Netflix in the diameter of the suppression blade. And then they got 3 players splitting towards the A site, but they always have a 3 stack in A as well. So this setup, it allows space for the rotates, it allows strong defense in the A site, and I suppose that's all you really need at the end of the day.
Not knowing that this trap is still there in the corner. The alarm button swarm grenade gets some damage. Spots out Nausme from hell. It's gonna be 1 and 2 for Kuyayawi. Kuyayawi knows that there's one that is going to be taken down by Disrupt. Sana all for the trade, but it's a 3 versus 2. There's a man advantage still for Outplay.
Right there.
Just have to play their cards right. Will be destroying Market. Had 3 loads. Netflix here still watching out for sight.
30 seconds left.
Smoke's going to be used respectively. Javi already knows that one is in there. Not sure if he is
Last
able to
player
spot
standing.
out Sana all here. Javi, Netflix spots it out. Takes a little bit of a jiggle peek there. And gets their 9th point. So far, we are seeing that Outplay is like bouncing back with whenever AMV attempts to get a point away from them, which is good because they do have this 2-point advantage, and even if that kind of scenario happens, they still have the lead. Of course, that's your best case scenario for them, but AMV basically just needs to take away, to say the least, or at least have that man advantage for that double peaks, as well as maybe they can just respond for a full-on retake, at least. Right now, though, in this round, they do stacked up A. Fortunately, not going to be greeted by anyone, to say the least, but this time it looks like Psycho's the one doing the waiting game here. He sees the arm, takes one. That's not going to be another, as Nausme goes for the trade. I do have free gun to work with. Sanal takes 2 in the process from flank. Good doors here. Of an aggressive push. Kuyayawi dashes away, saying it's not really needed much to fight Gadowers there, as he does only have like a classic to work with, not mistaken, from Gadowers. Sana all here, already signaling the team go towards
Last player
A. Javi takes a headshot and Sana all to clean it up, getting their double-digit point here, 10 to 7. And again, this is what I've been saying earlier, that if you do give the momentum or the opportunity for Outplay to breathe, they're just gonna, deeply inhale and exhale their games out of it.
Seems to be a total lack of urgency for both sides here. I'm not seeing enough desperation in these rounds. Like, at what point are we still in 40 seconds into a round and they're just walking around mid? would generally see much faster plays. Something like that at the very start of the round. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Clearly, he runs out, goes for a bit of a spray and pray, hoping to get an early pick, and then it just slows down like this again. And there's no follow-up for a lot of this aggression. Like, an attempt at an early frag, yeah, understandable, but where's the response from the defending side as well? There's no pushes forward, no one is trying to get information. They're afraid if they push too far forward, they will get shut down. That's because we're seeing too many individual pushes forward as well. There's Nazmi trading for a turret, and Psycho is pushed out to the other side of this smoke, where Disrupt may get caught out from the other side. He's not looking the right way, and as he turns around, he gets shut down. Nazmi doesn't re-peek, instead just puts down a star.
I've got your
So a
trail.
1-for-1 trade. Netflix now taking that mid control yet again. They have time and time again given up this mid control. Eugene S takes way too much damage just to clear that mid position when he could have been re-peeking with his teammate as well. And Nazmi nearly gets caught out, but luckily for him, Psycho whiffs his shots. Eugene S crosses again, but gets shut down. There was no need for the cross at that point, as they still have Godoas holding the B
30
side.
seconds left.
They're making their way towards A here.
Yeah, they're misreading the situation.
Confuzzle. Confuzzle the members of A and B. But I think Nazmi here has very good sense, decides to plant and tells his members they are here. Ooh,
Spike
there's
planted.
actually a slight mirror fight for
You
both.
should run.
It's gonna be a lockdown from Javi to delay push and to buy some time. This is great. Because look, they're already all from spawn. So they have the option of
Well divided.
using that Cosmic Divide. Get that suppressed as well. That's gonna be a grenade done. Javi will be taken down by Godoers. Godoers takes another. Sana all will shut him down. Takes Jiggle Peak. But Nazmi with the Phantom gets 3. That's gonna be the defuse here by AMV, getting their 8th point now.
Last
Ooh.
player standing.
That is, it's a little worrying for Amethyverse still, because it took them 2 ults for that full retake. Granted, they made up that space with a lockdown, but having to use both of those on their way back in, if they didn't have those available, things could have turned out very differently. Godot is, of course, getting 2 good kills as well. He was lucky he didn't get immediately fragged as he walked in. There was a big whiff coming from Javi Simple when he walked in. So 10-8, 2 rounds the deficit. They can make it back, but I'm just thinking Outplay have been looking way better on their attacker side than Amethyverse did.
Indeed, because this is also the perks of Outplay here. They do have the capability to play around with the map. If you notice that they're not just really consistent going on full A or full B, they kind of like juggle with it and identify their surroundings first before going for the commit. Liking how Koyayawi doesn't peek that through, or else he could have been taken down by Godoers in the process. I think this is basically Koyayawi having the intuition that someone may be present in a closer combat. So as expected, he is going to spray and actually takes Godoers down and spots out Eugene as well. Eugene is now forced to go back to get some bit of a shelter. Let's see if they do expect him to be here. No one has entered the site yet, but with only a little HP left with, Eugene may be in a bit of a trouble in here, and especially that Trailblazer. They are going to go for that push now. That's going to be a dash in, but they do know he is in sight, as well as with Worship. Tries to take Koyayawi down first, but Eugene just takes advantage of that, but Javi's going to go for that trade. And that shock dart enough, and all follow through with that beautiful crossfires from OE. Is able to let them
Spike planted.
put that plant down, put that spike down rather, put that plant down. And now uses the drone here to detect disrupt with only a guardian to work with. Not sure if he is able to isolate the fight. There's gonna be swarm grenades in the smoke. They don't necessarily have to peek, so maybe he's just gonna go for a save instead and some exit frags. But with this being said, this is now the 11th point for Outplay, to say the least. I mean, I could safely conclude it because it doesn't really have much to do at this point.
Trying to say where you can, but yeah, as you said, 11-8. It's getting closer and closer. Outplay. They seem to be losing the plot here. Sana all great job on that kill to disrupt. And yeah, I mean, expectations, they're very high for Amethyverse, considering that these teams, I mean, this team is made up of some of the best teams that we have in the Philippines. You know, DR Esports, we've had Oasis Gaming. These are some big names, and I feel like they're still adjusting to their new environment together. But Outplay, they've been playing very well. Their defending side, they did a good job. They got 6-6, and the pressure is on Amethyverse to at least match that. But it looks like Outplay are going to overtake them on their attacker side because, as you said, they can take a lot more map control. They're more confident in their individual fights to go for 1 versus 2s, and that kind of confidence and that kind of map control makes things very difficult because you can't read where their pushes are going to be. So we're in a quick tech pause here, just fixing someone's connection, might be the Sova, and then we'll be straight back into it. But we could be looking at match point coming in from Outplay because, unfortunately for Amethyverse, they are on a half buy.
I mean, it's the better play, right? To go for the half buy so that when you go at least for the match point, if ever they were to lose this fight, they could have a better weaponry to work with. And basically, that's, you know, how you save for a potential match point. You would want to actually fight that potential last round with the best weapon and try to deny that fact. So, understandable from AMV. Again, you did mention earlier that we are going to have this pause for making things optimize. At least for the side of AMV, what they can do about it is, I can't really say full on retake because they've attempted that on multiple occasions already, but for some reason they're kind of getting it a bit short. Since the refrag capabilities of Outplay is really there, and their game sense too. So what I can suggest is that maybe they haven't tried this yet, but maybe they can go for an aggressive approach, to say the least. But although they have done it, at least towards A side, but they weren't really greeted with the members of Outplay. So maybe if they can do that, maybe things would change. Or it can be pacemaker, but at the same time, it's quite difficult as well because of the weapons that they have for this specific round.
Watch this Bucky get an ace.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's possible, but it has to have like a good position and timing for it to work, at least for Eugene.
There'd have to be enough spacing between each kill. It's not like a judge where you can just hold down the left click and shoot. Very risky position. Psycho's position has been compromised, I believe. Nope, wasn't even looking towards direction. Didn't see where the turret was aiming. That's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. You jinxed it.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, but that is a good way to take the members down here. Dwindling everything to a 5 versus 2. Oh! Horrid moment back there. Worship was able to take Kuyayawi down. Netflix will get some damage, but Netflix was able to take Eugene down in towards B site.
Match point.
Now it's the match point. This is their last stand, to say the least, potentially last stand for AMV. I mean, it is possible for them to take it out. It's just that they really have to know to where Outplay is going to have their full aggression on. Because if you notice, they haven't really tried a rush push yet. It's all been them playing for peaks, spending or forcing some utilities out of AMV. So that could be an element of surprise against AMV. Look at this lineup. It's not all beautiful recon bolt. Enough to detect at least one. That's gonna be a spike plant from actually A. While all of them are busy from B. Very nice diversion from OE. Nazmi, however, able to shut down one from Heaven.
Nowhere to run!
Fury. gonna detect one at least. But they do have the post-plant situation. That's gonna be a tag. But Psycho takes the opportunity to push in. Worship for the trade. Gets down. Worship takes one. Nazmi as well. And Nazmi is able to clean up this fight, denying that match point. Told you, things can still change for them now, but it's still quite of a long run, or 3 rounds more to say the least, for the situation of AMV. For the side of OE, they need one more, so I haven't also seen them really utilize mid yet, so maybe we get to see that perhaps.
I mean, we saw this yesterday as well. Outplay, they have a real problem with closing out maps. More often than not, they'll get to 12-8. We've actually seen them get a 12-6 once, and then they threw 6 rounds away just to win in overtime. And it's like, where were those rounds leading up to it? But if it does get to overtime, Outplay do tend to win those fights. So we'll see if that's a possibility here. Because really, the only teams that beat Outplay are the teams that can completely blow them out of the water. It's either they win really strong against Outplay, or they just lose in a slow burn coming out from Outplay. And hero of the last round, yep, immediately taken away.
That was actually a very good dash in from Yawi. Make it another here, beautiful patience in terms of peeking. We'll be spotting out too, but that's intel. And also made some damage against Eugene. It's gonna be a peek right there for Sana. Also gonna be a double. Yes, indeed. And with that being said, that is gonna be game 1 for Outplay. But this is a best of 3s before they proceed to the grand finals, if I'm not mistaken, right? So we still have Icebox as the next map here. So let's see if AMV can force out a game a game number 3 for this semifinals. Sorry, a little tongue blah blah.
Okay, well, we'll be coming back for that second game in just a moment. We do have a giveaway after. If this is the last game, that will be the giveaway after that. Otherwise, if there's a third game, you can wait until after the third game. Or as Grame, it means great game. It means great game, which is better than good game. Because GG, Grame, that's where it's at. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break as we let the players rest between games, and you guys can rest as well. So don't go away, because we'll be right back.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex low latency and click on or on boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul.
Back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament. My name is Jaeger, joined by Zero, and we're into game number 2 between Amethyverse and Outplay. We are waiting for Disrupt and Psycho before we start game number 2, but we are heading into Icebox after Outplay did get quite a good win, especially on their attacking side. They seem to be ready to go for this second game. Outplay, well, let's take a quick look at the map pick so you guys can see who's going to be starting off in the defender, who's starting off on the attacker side, as my my co-caster here was biting her lip. In case you guys don't simp for her yet, please do so now. And now Outplay Uprising will be moving on to their own map pick, and Amethyverse will be starting off on the defending side. So Outplay, they've won Amethyverse's map pick, now they're looking to win their own, and we could be looking at a 2-0 here, but we may see a comeback from Amethyverse. Don't forget, they are made up of some very talented players.
Definitely. And again, since this is interesting though, because Icebox, it is going to be Outplay Uprising's pick, so it's expected that they will be having a lot of aggressions for this, and they start off as attackers. I'm kind of expecting, since if it's already witnessed in towards our Ascent play from earlier, that OE kind of has this really aggressive plays, and it's not just in the Ascent game alone. We did see them really dominating their attacker side on multiple occasions, so I'm kind of expecting a bit of a one-sided first half, and we have yet to see if Amethyverse can be able to counter it out onto the next half, because we did notice that in terms of defender's side, OE kind of tones down in towards that switch. So we have yet to see that, but for now, I am quite expecting a lot for OE in here. For the side of Amethyst, I know that they are able to close out these fights, especially when the second half arrives. And in terms of agent composition, I'm expecting to see the usuals, something in the likes of Viper, Serva, Sage. The other two can be either double duelists, or there's a Reyna or one duelist per se, and then maybe there's in the likes of somewhere in the likes of, I guess, Rays. But to me, that's just like your usual composition, because to take that three that I've mentioned, the Sage, the Sova, and the Viper, they're quite common already in this map, especially Sage's walls for post plants and or retakes. Try to as well deny some entrances towards tubes or any other parts of the map. Reyna for the Lei, especially when trying to entry for the team. Or maybe double duelist like the Reyna and Jet that can one goes for that Lear for that said Reyna, and then the other just dashes in to catch them off guard. And here you can already see it. Sometimes if it's not going to be double duelist, sometimes they go for a Killjoy, in which I am already seeing what I have just predicted in the side of OE. And of course Sova is very much useful for Icebox, especially from that intel gathering. It can be very tedious, especially the drones, to provide information to certain sites first before being committed in the said set. So we're going to see, again, as I expected from the draft, one's gonna have a double duelist and one's just gonna have more on utility. So we're seeing it right now here for the side of AMV, as I have mentioned earlier. And yeah, I guess that kind of like summarizes everything, doesn't it?
Feels good, doesn't it?
Feels good.
Well, no other talking points at that point then, as everything has been noted from the first game, as well as heading into the agent select here as well. So now we're going to be jumping into the game, and starting off on the defender side, Ghidorah's Worship, Eugene S, Nasby Disrupt. They struggled with the defense. They're going to struggle even more here, considering that they have two duelists to defend with, unless they can get some kind of run going early on, or they can use a certain amount of aggression. We do see very defender side maps for Icebox. That just means that there could be a big comeback later on as well from outplay. So it's hard to predict what's going to happen. I think this is more of a comfort pick from AMV, because I think they tried to go for the meta pick when they were on Ascent. They went for the double initiator, and they probably regretted it at that point. They thought to themselves, we want to have the duelists available for Ghidorah's, because Ghidorah's, he really is a duelist at heart. He isn't an initiator. He's not a controller or a sentinel. He is a duelist. He's always been good at that role. He's always been in that role. Regardless, he's been around 3 teams now. This is his, I think this is his 3rd, and he has to be in his most comfortable position, I think, to shine. We saw him going for all those lurks as well in the first game, and here as well, I think he might try and go for some sneaky pushes down mid or down B long, and it's up to Outplay to watch their backs. They do have the Killjoy for that very specific reason. Something I do like to see as well on Icebox is the Chamber. Having Chamber to have slows put all over the floor as traps, those are very, very useful to have. And I think it would be very cool to see Chamber get utilized more, but I think people are still going for some more comfortable picks at this point.
I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's about basically how you are going to play around the map, and you would want it with the best of your knowledge, right? And that also comes from the agent that you are going to choose. So not really much of a problem in that. It's just that with the difference of compositions with a Metaverse having double duelists lineup, especially they're starting in defenders. Again, I've mentioned this earlier, that we may expect to see a bit of an advantage for Outplay, since they do have the utilities for this and they do have the necessary entrances or ways for them to execute their plans. It's going to take, like, at least for AMV, they can go for that double peak composition. But look at that, Kuya Yawi already spotted under tube. It's gonna take some amount of damage, but it's going to be easily healed. Going to try and step back for a bit. And now Disrupt here, alone in this corner. Not gonna peek out just yet. Gadowers, however, going to spot out Netflix and Javi in sight. This is interesting that they haven't really went on a full-out rush, but Kuyawi headshots Disrupt for one. I'm not sure if they expect the Jet in A, but Netflix in towards Kitchen can have the capability to take one down. I think he's hearing these footsteps. That's gonna be a headshot for Netflix right now. And look at the sudden or the quick rotation from A to B. But Nazmi wins out the fight against Psycho with only a little HP to lose. And here we do see the turret detecting one from Kitchen. A little bit of a whiff there from Netflix, and Nazmi just takes advantage of that. Quick right click from Javi, taking its glow down. Bit of swaying left and right here, but still Eugene gets the sheriff shot. It's gonna be a 2 versus 2 and a mirror fight as well. That's gonna be a shock dart dashes in. Sana all gets one. That's gonna be the respective trade, and Eugene gets that kill. Started off with their first round here. So liking that they were able to actually counter out despite that quick rotation from or against Outplay.
Well, EMV, they have been very good at starting off these games, and they've done it here again. They've won both the pistol rounds at the start of each game. It's keeping that momentum up towards the end that's been a big problem for them. So how to outplay react to this. I'm not entirely sure. It looks like they want to try and put a wall up in mid, try and go under 2 and hit that B side.
Only play.
Only players.
Only play. That's actually a good slow for Disrupt. That's gonna be 1. Make it another only for Psycho to go for that trade. And of course by them, but Nazmi, kind of changes his direction. And Psycho, close call back there. But good doors. Not gonna see them just yet. That's gonna be a turret as well. So at least now they have an idea that they're going A, let's go A. In which we're already seeing right now 2 for both sides of the T numbers advantage is in the hands of A and B. It's very interesting for OE to play like this, especially in the first few rounds. Netflix, however, will be taking the doors down from mid. It's gonna be another one. That was a very close for Netflix, but that's gonna be a rush push from them, and that's gonna be a trade respectively. Let's go back to having it a 2 versus 2. It's gonna be another spike plant. Netflix is gonna cover up for Sana all first. Let's see, Eugene has a Marshall, Worship has a Spectre. They're both in long. This is an interesting lineup. That's gonna be a turret. It's gonna be destroyed. But Eugene still spots out Netflix from above. That's gonna be a whiff from Sana All, and Sana All uses the shock dart in here. Recon bolt. He should have an idea that someone's there. That's gonna be a crouch spray there by Sana All, and that's gonna be a clutch there. Really quick on his feet, and was able to save the round for the team.
The fact that he crouches there saved his life. He ducks under so many bullets, and that has thoroughly stolen away around for them. That's going to force AMV onto a save. So we may be looking at Outplay now, getting an advantage, and then getting their own bonus round to work with. And we actually won't get a full gun versus gun round for quite a while, I think, because this has kind of put the economy at a back and forth swing. It's a pendulum now. Koyawi dashes straight up, spots a player behind yellow. Disrupt still playing close. They may not expect his position, so they still have to be wary of the possibility. He peeks out, finds a kill. There's Netflix for the trade, but Nazmi gets one back as well. 3 versus 4. 3 versus 3 is Koyawi instant tap onto the head.
Shock dart as well. Not gonna inflict too much damage. Javi, however, is able to deny it at least. Denies that wall from breaking. Eugene takes one. That's gonna be another. Good doers from yellow.
Last player standing.
Ooh, but Kuyawi with the right timing spots out. Good doers there, and that's gonna be their second win, or at least their second round point here. And again, you mentioned it, it's gonna be quite the pendulum, but here I think they may be buying some rifles this time around for this fourth round.
They've actually upgraded some of their SMGs into rifles, stuff for Netflix, who's kind of forced to go on to the Sheriff. And so that does put them at the gun disadvantage. Nazmi, Worship, Eugene S, all of them, they've got Vandals, they've got Phantoms. They'll be able to properly challenge this, and if Outplay lose this round, then there the pendulum swings back towards Amethyst versus Kuyawi. He's going to find Godoas at the very start of the round, and they've just lost one of their best fraggers again and again. They keep getting that shut down, and those early advantages have been treating them really well. Worship, though, does get a nice trade. Ice Wall goes up. Kuyawi has to get out of dodge because he was in a very bad position there. Swing towards the other side, and Eugene S gets caught out as soon as he shoots. A good save there.
One enemy remaining.
Just like that, dwindling everything to a 1 versus 2. This was tedious to work with. They have this is not your best situation to actually have the 1 versus 2, because you have the swarm grenade, you have the toxin. It's just basically on post plan. Worship doesn't have much to do at this point because it's set up for this specific area or the specific role. So this is also the advantage of basically having a Killjoy instead of having a double duelist, because again, this is it exactly demonstrated that difference, and for that post plant positions as well. So right now, that is also one of the things that I guess AMV has to take consideration of to try and take them down and not put together the Killjoy and the Viper.
They're ready for a push down the B side. Kuyawi again repeating a bit of history as he gets straight onto the second floor and just tries to keep that vertical presence. And that's a fast rotate. All 5 players have rotated into the B side. They could go for a rotate, but I'm not sure how much information they have. They can see Viper's utility coming out. They can see Sova's utility coming out. And, well, there's one of the Jet by Eugene S. Nice shots with the Blade Storm. Will secure that kill. Psycho is going to get the res going and actually saves Eugene. Javi Simple doubling up. And the 3 versus 4 has a nice blind there, but they don't want to really commit here. They can just back away.
2 versus 4 now immediately. Take note that 2 of them are half health, are actually low on health. Sana All will be taking Worship down as well. And this presence from Sana All is just enough for Disrupt to be disrupted or distracted as they were marching all the way towards A.
Disrupt gets disrupted by Sana All.
Oh my god.
And now, I mean, it like what we're seeing when they switch between rounds, they do keep alternating the sites. I think that Amethyverse are kind of catching on to it. You can see they put 5 players closer to the A site. Sage now going back towards B, perhaps just to be on the safe side. Kuyawi goes straight for the fight in mid, missing way too many shots. Worship is going to take him down. If those first 2 daggers don't hit, you're going to whiff the entire thing. Seems to generally be the case. And Psycho has to go for a slow crawl towards the other side of the poison orb. Eugene S expecting it and takes down Psycho. Worship hoping to catch anyone else, maybe pushing too far forward. But these 3 players, they're just holding their ground. 1 player sitting in spawn, 1 player holding close up mid, and Netflix is the one putting pressure on the A side. Nazmi just holding so close inside.
Just take note that once he drops there, legs are going to be easily seen right here. So Pretty low toxin.
Toxin screen down.
So far, Nazmi is doing a good job not letting anyone enter inside. Liking this panda cake. With the rope. Oh, he manages to spot out the legs. Oh, Nazmi didn't see that?
30 seconds left.
Nazmi didn't see the legs. And now we do see Hog. Oh, Netflix entering the side. That's gonna be one, but not gonna be another. As Sana all goes for the trade. Eugene will be planting the spike, and Netflix fakes it
10 seconds left.
and actually utilizes the time. But they need to plant it now. Oh, it looks like but
There's no chance.
yeah, they were able to at least buy some time to deny that plant. But you know what? At least that Viper Spit really worked well for a metaverse back there, because it delayed them so much time before they can actually enter that side. They were very cautious, which it's quite understandable. But the thing is, they can't really depend too much on that Viper Spit alone. They have to somehow take control of the site again with their own manpower here. Because at the end of the day, that is where they can really, heavily deny an entrance away from outplay.
Gonna go for a fast play towards the A site. Koyawi held back by a couple of shock darts, but he gets the first kill regardless. Worship trying his best to hold on, but just gets immediately deleted. Koyawi knows one in the corner. He's going to shut down another one. Nazmi does find one before going down though, and a repeat with the operator. Eugene S going to get the advantage. 2 versus 3 now on a retake, and the operator looking for more and more targets. Eugene S doing a very good job of shutting down these players. Heavy Simple find one. Nathan's going to find another. The res is coming for Worship, but straight down with the snake bite. He has to stay back a little bit because HP has just dropped significantly. Out in the open, Heavy Simple gonna shut him down, and so 5-2. Outplay have extended their lead by 3 points now.
This is expected for Outplay, but at the same time, I can clearly see the effort that AMB is currently doing in trying to deny these fights. I have mentioned this from the previous round. They also solely have to find a way for them to control a site, not letting it be taken by OE with their manpower. And unfortunately, they haven't find that groove, or they haven't found that kryptonite that they needed to use against Outplay. So right now, this is going to be another rush push from Kuyawi. We'll be using, or actually take advantage of this wall, slow it down. Nazmi is going to be taken down by Kuyawi from the behind, taking advantage of that. The fact that he was also detected by the recon bolt. Netflix will also get a kill of his own worship. Down below, it takes one, gonna be another as well, but Kuyawi spots it out, and Netflix from the flank takes him down. Kuyawi will be spotting out Eugene S as well under Rafters. However, I think he will be spotting out Disrupt as well, but still wins that fight, and Netflix to have that cleanup. 6-2 this time on the scoreboard. So far, the aggression of Outplay, we are already seeing it, at least for the past few rounds.
This is starting to become a bigger and bigger lead, and it's not like Amethyverse aren't putting up a good defense. We've seen them getting kills regardless of whether or not they have the buys, but Outplay really doing a good job of closing out these rounds. We'll see if maybe there's going to be a comeback from Amethyverse once they're on the attacker side, but it's hard to tell at this point. As Outplay, they've shown that they have a good defense, and they should have even better offense. And so Amethyverse, they just have to limit the damage here, as Kuyawi just time and time again getting away with pushing through smokes and securing kills.
Then they somehow need to find a way to counter that out. But right now, Worship will be taking Psycho down. As the moment he jumps, he kind of hits that shock dart. But Kuyawi takes advantage of that, gets the Rafters, will spot out to Worship, will be taking him down. They do know, however, that both Worship and Eugene is in towards this entrance. So again, another post-plant situations here. They may be saving for the op instead, and Worship is just going to go for the exit frags because nothing much is to be done at this point. So again, I I did mention this from the last 2 rounds that we've had earlier, that you cannot really combine together the Killjoy and the Viper because it's really planted out for the post-plant situation. So Netflix and Javi are both on the hunt, trying to deny this operator away, but you know what, they're not gonna make it. But it is still their war, or round war, that they have managed to win out. So it's a 7-2 scoreline. You did mention it's further going away, or the gap is getting bigger, and it is expected by from outplay rather. But for AMV, they need to still find that source. They need to find that way. First of all, they need to find a way to counter out Kuyawi, who's been definitely pushing these smokes. Maybe one of which maybe they can stack up A, because they can have the capability to go on full retake at this point. Give me a stack one here. There you go. The Jowers is going to push out A site, disrupt with a 2 for the Garden before being taken down by Psycho. The Jowers is also staying quite in a closer range so that he can potentially take one off guard. And just like that, Gadores will be taking Psycho down. It's going to be a Leer used, but Sana all goes for the shutdown. Not going to be inflicting any damage, but take note, the spike is there. The legs are seen. Now Eugene is already pre-aimed towards window, but still misses the shot and forced to reposition. Sana all isolates the fight in attempt, but Eugene was able to redeem himself by taking and cleaning up this round. So they were able to find that answer. Now the next question is how can they counter out the next succeeding rounds? Because if they want this to be a more viable play, they gotta go to at least a 7-5 scoreline for this, so that the amount of efforts that they will be exerting off when the side switches is going to basically pay off.
Even with the lockdown from Killjoy, they can use that, but that's going to bait out the Hunter's Fury from Silva, which in return will bait out the Hunter's Fury from Outplay Silva, just to shut down the Hunter's Fury from the other side. So that would be at least a free kill, start things off for the cost of 2 ults for 1. That could work out for Amethyverse. They do have a res, they've got a Blaze Storm available as well, and well, it's a Blaze Storm and a Empress available for Amethyverse on this defense. So a lot of offense, but requiring a lot of aim and, you know, no small amount of luck as well, and finding the timing and the spacing. Nazmi has spotted Koyawi, who's just peeked out, and they know that Koyawi is the entry player, and they have to avoid him as much as possible, and they're afraid of losing that B site. So they start to rotate over, but then they realize perhaps this could be a fake, as they still have 3 players from Outplay sitting in the A site, but it's a double fake because they're now rotating those players out of the A site towards B, and they have no mid control. They think it's just Koyawi by himself.
Indeed. Nazmi, however, is
30
still in
seconds
snowpile,
left.
so they should have an idea that he's still there in that vicinity.
Poison's off.
Could be another. The toxins here. Oh, but Koyawi spots that one, but with a quick flick, Gadores takes him down, but the spike is planted in return. Now this is again another
You should run.
opportunity. That's, as you say, that's gonna be the lockdown here. Not gonna destroy it, however. Uses the Leer, checks out yellow. Sentinel should be seeing that, but he kind of retracts his angle.
One enemy
Checks it to
remaining.
another. Not really working for him and Javi. I don't know if he has a lineup for that. But right now, Javi was able to take Nazmi down using the toxins, buying some time, but no time to actually do it all the more, because again, man advantage is there. So they were able to at least counter out
Last round before the switch.
the round to get their 4th point. Just need one more so that things would go a little bit of better for when they attempt the attacker side this time around, so that they don't really need to have that impending pressure that, oh, okay, the gap in the score line is just quite far.
Five and 7. You did say it was possible, but you are a caster, and there could be a curse. Let's see if it applies or not.
Been cursing a lot of things for multiple moments of my life, so I'm not really surprised at this point. Oh,
Oh, Kui Aoi. Calm down, mate.
yeah, you chill, lah.
Emotional damage.
It can be emotional. But to be fair, I've been watching Koyawi as well in his streams, and it's very much expected for his entry level plays to be this good. So they really do have to watch out for him as well. Ooh, but as I say that, kind of jinxed it, huh? As Worship takes him down from Rafters, takes the spike, but Sana is also gonna take his own tap, where they were able to take the spike. But this is a 3v2. They have a man advantage. And why am I speaking like this?
It's okay. It's the local scene only. It's all good.
30 seconds left.
Disrupt's waiting for this cross. He's gonna catch Netflix for sure here. No, Netflix is gonna find him back, and there it is. 2 versus 2. I was actually counting on that because I kind of want to see Outplay get that 8-4, but well, you know how it is. Nice little shock darts there, doing some good damage onto Killjoy. So we're gonna get sent out as well. They know there's one on the side, and now it is down to Sana All. He's not been very lucky with these clutch situations, and Eugene S. He just walks up on him, and it should be just missing the timing.
Oh, he was just hitting so well. Oh, if you look, misses his blade storms, and Sana all takes 3. And you have mentioned it. You have not jinxed it. You have dictated it, Jaeger. They got it themselves an 8-4.
I dictate it. They do it.
You denied the Asian prediction.
They can't hit us this time now.
Get yourself emotional, damn.
If they win a pistol round, the game is over.
If they win a pistol round, they are going to get momentum once again. But this time, if a Metaverse does get that pistol, they do have chance to bounce back because they will get bonus round and they will get better weapon on next round.
Sorry, children.
So-
There are some people from that part of Asia that are watching and thinking, "Wow, they got our casters. That's nice." I'm like, "Yeah, you're welcome."
This is not meant for racism. I'm also Asian. I have the card.
The card. This is Sayora and her Malaysian sister, Zayora Lim.
Zayora la.
Sayora la. Sayola.
Going back to the game, we do see Netflix trying to push from on the tube. If you want to continue this, okay, I'm bug po.
It costs a certain amount.
I'm bug po like the usual, but instead of baby talk, we got Asian talk. What emotional damage I give you?
Emotional damage. Attack aside, Amethyverse, we've been waiting to see how well they're going to do, and not very well to start things off, but Eugene S does find a little something back, but Psycho just keeps going on, and what a shutdown! Headshot after headshot after headshot, and that is going to be Outplay, bringing themselves closer to double digits.
Even the OBS guy watches the players and get them headshot. That is not good. They did not cook the egg right. We're going back into the game, right? You did mention it earlier that it is headshots, like it kind of went into a rally, which is great. It only means that Outplay was able to take control of the site and get their refrags ready and done. So with that being said, they kind of need to kind of be a bit more cautious in terms of playing for these said peaks because the collaterals are bound to happen. So right now we do see Eugene and the gang. Psycho gets a sheriff kill, beautifully done, and this is an opportunity for Kuyawi to peek, but it dinked him with a low brick of health. Places the smoke and an opportunity for Psycho to just reposition himself in a good timing as well. This could be an opportunity for Psycho to get another kill down, and he's just popping up for the team for this round. And of course, he is going to spot out 2. That is intel, and look at Netflix and the other gang trying to flank from behind. And Disrupt right here tries his best to just go for the peak, but Netflix will be taking down Godowers onto mid. So the spike is in the hands of Disrupt, but they do know that they are in B site. This is a 3v2 if Kuyayawi doesn't get taken down. I like the position of Kuyayawi here because it can take them by surprise, but at the same time, ooh, Natsumi takes that Sheriff shot. So right now, it's up to Netflix and the gang if they want to keep this streak going. So that's going to be a little bit of a spray. They can go for some double peaks, but both of them have a Marshal and the Sheriff to work with. Now Nazmi has a Spectre as well. Let's see if he manages to spot out Netflix. No, Nazmi is going to be taken down, and that's going to be a 3 for Netflix as well, taking their 10th point, their double-digit point. 3 more, and they may be getting this 2-0. For the side of a Metaverse, they need this amount of effort to climb it all back up if they want that potential tie. Oh, you like Thai food? Jaeger?
Not like this. But for the potential tie, and then you're talking about. Okay, we are back. We were disconned for just a moment.
Healer down. Last player standing.
Hello?
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 Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I can
Okay.
hear you.
I think okay.
So we're back into it. 11-4 as Outplay have shut down another round, and my goodness, this is a dominant game from Outplay. This really is their map pick, and it absolutely shows.
Indeed. And you know, even the Asian internet is trying to disown me. I have been disconnected earlier. I am so sorry. This is emotional damage. Dishonor on my cow.
Oh god.
But pretty sure the chat is quite enjoying it as well. If you guys want more, you know what to do. You know the drill, guys. You know the drill. But right now, we do see that recon ball is so beneficial for of A and B. And look at this utilities. Look at how Javi just simply places his utility.
Blocking sight.
Ooh.
Ah,
Ha! Are we
there
back?
you go. Looks like it. And yeah, 2S5, it's not been looking good. Internet's getting a little bit unstable. You know, one of the nice things,
Emotions. They're unstable.
not like this. One of the nice things about living next to you is I know when your internet cuts, and I know how heavy-footed you are when you go up and down the stairs. You step really loud for such a small person. My goodness.
I did tell you, I have leg power. I
Yeah,
have
very.
leg
That you're not wrong. It's absolute leg power. Just going straight down the stairs. Like, whoa! There's some
Oh, am I
6'5" man
disturbing you?
going
I'm
down.
sorry.
No, it's fine. It's nice to know when you're going down. I can open the window and like get a peek at you and simp for you, just like
Oh
the
my
chat does.
god. No.
Boys, just send me a couple of stars when we take a picture and she comes down the stairs. I'm just kidding.
And that was a beautiful headshot, but that's gonna be a respective trade for both sides of the team, and of course Sana All will also take Disrupt off guard, and he kind of uses the smoke of Javi as well, so it kind of went into his favor. Eugene has to look down and will be taking Sana All as well. That's gonna be a Blaze Storm, but Javi's going to deny that fact as well. So Javi here will be having some intel that maybe some people are still here, so this is going to be a call for a rotate for the side of a Metaverse. So here we're starting to see from this point on from their defenders that it has been quite unstable, like my emotions, for the side of a Metaverse and trying to take control of this side. But this is going to be Nagmi with the Guardian, make it one. That's going to be another. This could be a potential clutch. Can this be the moment where he finally thinks positive of himself, specifically on my end, you know, because emotional damage. And right now we do see Kuya Yawi denying that fact and goes back to the pressure. I'm kidding, that's on me. But right now we do see a 2-0 scoreline for Outplay. They are the ones to advance in our grand finals. You know what? Heart go boom. Yes. Exactly.
There you go. Well played there. And you know what that means? You get another cast with Zayola. And she's going to be here for the entire day. But we also have our giveaway for you guys, which means we'll be showing your names on the screen in just a moment. So, first winner of the giveaway for today, flashing your name on the screen right now. Here you are for an Oris t-shirt, Mark Victor Pedrozuela. Never seen a last name like that before.
It's very unique. Quite unique.
Very unique, yeah. Congratulations to you. Make sure that you message the page within the next 2 weeks, otherwise your gift may disappear. Do we have any other giveaways, or is that the only one for now?
Is that the only one for now, or do we give the that's
Yun
it.
lang po.
Yun lang daw po. Oh. Okay,
So, hindi ko makagalaw. Here you go. So we'll be taking a short break before the grand finals, depending on whether or not the second game goes to a best of 3, a full 3 map distance. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after the break. Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets.
At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose our control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to
Back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament, and we're in for the third map of the other best of three from the semis, and that is from the likes of Team Nova Sphinx versus TC Rising Stars. Team Nova Sphinx won on Bind, and while they won each other's map picks, interestingly enough, and now we're going on to Haven, one of the bigger maps we have on the roster, and just based on these results, I wonder if we'll be seeing TC Rising heading into the finals. But either way, these two teams, they're going to have a hard time going up against Outplay. So this should lead up to a very interesting grand finals.
Definitely, and with that, we're going to head on straight to the drafting phase once. You're going to see it later on your screen. Again, I don't really want to get my predictions done. Both of our teams, TC Rising Stars and Team Nova Sphinx, have been doing really great in towards our week. They have proven themselves quite competent into actually getting our grand finals potentially. So I'm not really going to discuss farther on who I'm really siding with. Both of our teams have very unique playstyles, and this is also where their differences in agent selections are also going to come into play. If you noticed that this is a Haven, so basically this is a three-sided map that's going to be basically utility oriented. Surprising that I'm not seeing a breach at the moment, but this could be a semi-mirror matchup. The only difference is going to be their Sentinel having that Killjoy and Cypher respectively, but they still are going to have the Astra as their smoker, and also the duelists do have a different duelist lineup. We do see that TNS have a double duelist setting. They will be starting with the defenders, so maybe on the second half I anticipate that they will be expected to have more points as they are going to the attackers. For the side of TC Rising Stars, they can utilize this moment as much as they can, since considering the fact that they have flashes to equip, they have the swarm grenades, they also do have the concuss that can come from the Astra, as well as the Sova. At least this is quite similar as well with TNS. The only difference is, again, how they're going to execute this or how to come this at play. The good thing about TC though is they do have the Sky. They do start with the attackers, so they can go for those rush pushes every after flash. Or they can also you can also equip Killjoy's utilities alongside with it, just so that they can be forced to reposition in a favorable manner of their crosshairs respectively. So right now we are going to head on to the game. Right here, this is going to be game number 3 of the semi-finals between TC Rising Stars and Team Nova Sphinx.
I always favor the double initiator. But Team Nova Sphinx, they do have a special place in my heart simply because they've been so.
Look at you, very special place in their heart now.
Well, I'm not sure in my heart, but definitely in Fulcrum's heart, considering they've joined every single tournament that they've held.
Oh, you.
I don't know any of these individuals in person. I'm really sorry if I added one of you on Facebook and I have no idea if you were the one. I just assumed based on common friends. So, they're going straight for the plant in the B side, and that is going to be spiked down. Oh, he just survives to the end there, but the kills are coming in for Team Nova Sphinx as Ellie will find a kill in response, and these post plants, well, they are pushing it a little bit, and that's going to be a great retake because they've gone for the weakest site to hold.
Indeed. And like it basically went into their timing over here for the side of TNS. So far they're doing great job, at least for the first round. They were able to really do multiple things at the same time. They were able to catch them off guard. They also were able to at least do their refrags respectively. This is not much of a tactical play. It's just a matter of the timing that went into their favor. So right now we're going to see another attempt right there, probably towards mid, but this time it's quite, I guess they can go on retake at least, but we do see the action already going as ZRL opens this up with a first blood. And we do see a respective trade from On Baby. Lelouch has to be very careful when peeking here as ZRL takes one, and On Baby as well for the trade, trying to catch Pixel off guard right here. Sky Blue can only do so much because he is cornered by that area. He can't really dash in because if he does, there's also going to be a crossfire that's going to happen. So again, man advantage is the gameplay here, and again, the second point goes to TNS.
Team Nova Sphinx just doing a very good job of not only going for the retakes in the first round, but going for the conversions as well. And this is the real testament for the bonus round, because they will be going up against some very strong weaponry. So they need to be playing as many close angles as they can, pushing forward and taking those forward positions, and making sure they also go for those trades as well, pick up those rifles as quickly as they can.
Planted.
And you can see how much map control Team Nova Sphinx are trying to pick up here, but they are falling victim to the superior weaponry, and one by one they are dropping to these players, and there you go. So that's going to be TC Rising finding their first round, and well, they kind of do what they wanted to do on their pistol round.
I mean, that's expected because they did have rifles to work with on the was the third round here, and that's basically like a bonus round for TNS. Now that they were able to, make do of what they have done in there. Now they have the capability to basically have equalize weaponry based. Now both of our teams do have rifles to work with here, so it's going to start off with this drone going to push out C. That's going to be an updraft on Baby Gnosis is looking above, but is concussed with the Trailblazer, so Sky Blue takes advantage of that manpower right here. That's going to be a quick plant of the spike. Pixel's gonna use his drones to get some information. That's one, make it another. Not gonna see someone onto those boxes, but Ellie will be taking one from the sides. Nebsa as well with the kill of his own. They do know that Pixel is here. He could not isolate those fights. He is in a corner, and there are 4-man advantage as well. So it really came to light for the side of TC, and looks like it still equalizes the board right here, and it's going to force out TNS to really save here so that they can have a better economy once the 6th round arrives.
Okay. This is a heavy, heavy burden for Astra by himself on the C side. And he's been taken down, and now it's going to be a full retake towards the C side. It is a side that you can retake. You can see that they already have a player on the flank trying to take full control from behind.
Spike down.
But not an easy retake with 4 players against a fully stacked team. They do, of course, lose their own Astra in the process, so no controllers to worry about. And they do have some good utility straight on top of the spike as well.
Quick, quick trades for both sides of the team, but all equalizes to 1. Pixel was able to get that tap, but Nebster goes for the cleanup. And now they were able to turn the tables around, to say the least. At least by 1 point, but it's still too early to decide on things. Again, they did save for a reason so that they can have rifles to work with this coming round. So, excited to see how things are going to pan out here. TC is going to opt for a C take, another, because their chances of winning is basically on towards this site, and so far there's not much of an answer that TNS is actually doing right now to stop or to have countermeasures ready for this potential C site take, because I think they were attempting a full retake, but right now with the cosmic divides going to narrow down C, denying the entry points from City and Garage. So right now the spike is planted once again, so it's going to force out the members of TNS to first let this cosmic divide fall. Next one to basically go for double peaks, because I think they're going to go and base it off on C. But you know what? That was beautiful intel coming in. Cyril is able to go down. That's going to be a lockdown potentially for Ellie, so that they are also forced to go out as well. But I don't think it's enough to go in towards that site fully. And Lelouch Nebzer still is able to clean up the crew, and only ZRL as the remaining member alive, not able to destroy the lockdown, and is detained as well. So it's going to be a knife. There you go. A knife by Sky Blue, and getting his 4th point.
He just accepted his fate there.
Yeah. He wasn't able to destroy the lockdown, so not much he could do there.
Well, TC Rising so far so good on this attacker side. They have been just going all in on whatever side they want to, and then been playing the post pants as best they can. And did I say post pants? Because those sound like a new apparel name. Post pants. They're for gamers only. You wear them with esports jerseys. It looks like they want to go towards the B site yet again. You can see there's an alarm bot sitting outside of A long. They have the turret looking towards C long, which means this should be the B hit. And look at all the utility already finding the first kill as Pickle Rick gets caught out and pulled straight off of the plant as the peek comes in from behind. Cyril can't push too far forward. He's already seen that alarm bot on the floor. Doesn't want to alert them to his presence. Dashing in. The double shorty shot and cannot pick up the Phantom as Cyril gets caught as well.
Ooh, and that was a beautiful tap right here. And a quick 4K from Sky Blue. Not even giving the time to breathe for TNS. And this time they managed to really capitalize on the momentum that they had the moment that they got their rifles on and ready, which was on the 3rd round. So right now, so far, so good. Basically, them continuously getting C site and also be kind of conditioned the members of TNS. And now look at how they're heavily stacked. They're heavily stacked to what, not really heavily stacked, but more like they kind of left A slightly open for this one. But I think for the side of TC, they're not going to go to A site just yet, or maybe just go for some peeks, get some presence going on. And yeah, just like that, Drones is going to detect one. That's going to be Hunter's Fury. Not going to think one, to say the least. Cyril and Red will be taking their respective trades. Ooh, Ellie was spotted by On Baby. Ooh, and Sky Blue will also take Pixel down as they plant the spike towards A. See, this is the conditioning that TC has done against TNS. Now they're going to force this retake here with a slightly disadvantage in terms of manpower. Let's see if they are able to make meets end. They kind of get the quick peek. That's going to be on the right. Sky Blue still gets the shot. ZRL with an operator is going to be spotted by Sky Blue, but that's going to be a double peek coming in. But still, Sky Blue gets 3. and only on baby remaining member. I guess he's just gonna save this Phantom so that he can have like a better weapon for the next one. Just gonna go for some exit frags. Sova and on baby may meet. Oh no, never mind. They didn't meet.
Fortunately.
Yeah,
And
but
that's,
that being said, that's the 6th point for TC.
Yeah, TC Ryzen, they're having a lot of fun on this attacker side, and they're really, even when they split up like that, like I was saying, they've been going all in on the sides. It's like it's been straight up C hit, B hit, A hit, and that opportunity, they pushed a Killjoy into Garage by himself. Really bizarre, and they have they had like 3 players pushing into A at the same time, and it's sort of just misled Team Nova Sphinx where exactly they're supposed to be pushing at that point. And so constantly switching up the strats makes things really difficult to play against, because you don't know where to put yourself, you don't know where to position your utility, especially for your Cypher as well. You need to know where to put that stuff so that you can delay those pushes, and if you put it all in the wrong spot, you need to have plenty of players on the other side that are slowing down the progress. Right now, we have Killjoy sitting in spawn. He actually might get the backstab onto this Jet that's pushed all the way up, and ZRL, hoping to find something, spots 3 players and missing the first shots, and that's a terrible whiff from ZRL. He should have found at least 2 there. And Pickle Rick, he's pushed into the window, but they're going all the way over to the A site where it looks like the it's going to be the Reyna lying in wait. Pickle Rick just spot the Sky sitting in spawn as well. But these are some forward defenses. Cyril can't secure a kill there. Nebs and Lelouch both going to find a kill as well. Pickle Rick, last man alive, and he's going to get shut down. Lelouch, the triple kill in the round, as 7th on the board for TC Rising.
This is interesting.
You're interesting.
It's interesting how TC is able to basically capitalize their, not just their compositions, but their presence as well in all of the sites. And again, this is where we kind of share the sentiment that utility-based compositions are very much handy in bigger maps such as these. Oh, sure, double duelist lineup can work, but right now it's basically a matter of how you take away the control from your defenders, and so far TZ is doing a good job in doing that, getting their lead at the moment. So this is a Cosmic Divide plus a Seer in their hands, and look at how Sky Blue's just pushing this through. So it was destroyed easily, but that's gonna be a drone. The drone is not gonna see the Sova. That's gonna be one quick dash right here for a reposition. On baby is gonna go with the gun inside, but still manages to win at the aim duel. That's gonna be a smoke in. He may utilize that to its advantage. Cyril from Garage will be backing away. Take note, man advantage is still in the hands of TC. They are in a crossfire unless On Baby spots out who first. Nebser is quick on his feet, was able to reposition his crosshair to On Baby, and Nebser in red was able to clean things up. 8th point already. This is one-sided fight, at least for the first half. But you know what? Again, I'm not gonna take it away again from TNS, because we've seen clutch plays when the second half arises. But right now, with this types of situations, you might want to place yourself in a score line that can be, you can catch up to on your second half, so that you don't really have the underlying pressure at the back of your mind.
Scanning ahead.
No one likes pressure, but they do say the more pressure you take, the sooner you can become a diamond, especially if you're made out of carbon. So ZRL, with the blades, tore him out and flashed, but does avoid most of it. Can perhaps find a couple of kills here, missing the shots though, and again, another double kill entry, and why? Why do you push out by yourself? I'm not sure why he does that. He could have waited for his teammates, made things a little bit easier on himself, but, well, he has given away any advantage that they could have had on the full retake. So 2 versus 5, and Sky Blue, this is more acceptable. Pushing forward with the Owl Drone, and they push in together. Flash comes out, dashing in, turned away, good communication, and last player standing, Pickle Rick, is shut down by Nebsa, and 9-2. TC Rising doing really well.
Last round in the half.
It's as if they had this sudden turned on switch with the moment that they were able to get
You're a sudden turn on switch.
These pickup lines, I swear. But anyway, like, it's as if that they suddenly just really went on with their momentum here, and they kind of know what to do, which angle to look at, the timing of their utilities as well. It's been very much smooth, and you can see the impending Gigil factor of Sky Blue there, with multiple heads under his name. 19 kills already, and that's really spectacular. ZRL here will go towards Garage. Man advantage once again goes to TC. We do see the Cypher going towards C long, but Sky Blue's already pre-aimed in Garage. If this can make it in his time. Little bit of quick peek of the gun. Loving how Sky Blue's just anticipating this, but ZRL has his gun ready as well. Ooh, the shock dart did not really reflect through Garage. That's gonna be a dash in, but Nebzer is still in his crosshairs in towards that site, and gets themselves the 10th point. 2 digits already for this first half. This is a huge run, or huge amount of effort to be made by TNS if they want to equalize the scoreboard. But right now, this pistol round is ever more crucial for the side of TNS.
Yeah, if that pistol round goes the way of TC Rising, you could probably say goodbye to TNS already, because that is a long road back. 11-2. Be looking at 12-2 if they could properly convert their round there. So yeah, this is a very important round for TNS to pick up, and so they look like they want to go for a fast play towards the A side. They got the Cypher looking out towards mid just in case, and they stop any information from being gathered by destroying the recon as soon as it comes out. And they peek straight into Sky Blue, who's good for the 1 kill onto End Baby, but that's a spike down. They already have the information where it's going. Nebsa's going to find ZRL as he dashes in as well. And now the spike in the hands of Reyna, who's sitting back inside of the sewers. He's not sure exactly where to position himself. They can't really push down mid. Cypher's getting a lot of map control by himself. Nebsa's pushing up. He should get shut down. No! Nebsa's going to do it in reverse. And that's already the 2 versus 5.
And just like that, but Pixel was able to at least trade it. Not going to have that flawless fight that they initially had. Ooh, Cypher, too vulnerable in towards B window, is going to be taken down by Ellie. And in towards the above, Pixel gets one. A little bit of a peek there, but Red cleans it up for the team. 11th point now under the name. Just 2 more rounds, and they are the ones going to fight off, potentially outplay on the grand finals. But again, I'm still not losing hope, at least for a bit, for TNS. But if they do lose this round, then every round counts, to say the least, for TNS. They have to find this certain aggression for them to steal a point away from TC Rising Stars. Am I right? TC Rising Stars, right? Alright.
TC Rising Stars.
There you go. I wish anyone could be Rising Star, but you know what? They're Rising Stars right now, and I'm happy for them. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, Lelouch gonna open that up. One respective trade for both sides of the team, but man advantage is in the hands of TC still, and only Pixel with also brick of health to work with. The spikes at C. He is going to commit Sudoku with another one. I think he's gonna do it again, but Nebser's already in the flank. That's going to get that match point. He kind of accepted his fate back there, and just like that, the game is quite fast in comparison with the previous games that we've had.
You're not wrong. Very, very quick so far. And I mean, this should be the last round. And now that I've said that, we will see a huge comeback. TNS up 12-12 in the next 10 rounds. Just wait for it. That's how jinxing works. It's the reverse jinx.
So they're already charging down to B with all of these utility swarm grenades going to decrease some amount of their health. That's gonna be a plant for a link. Interesting. But on baby from the behind gets one. That's intel that someone's there. TC will be taking one. That's gonna be a whiff. Pickle Rick takes advantage, and that's going to be set up for a link. sky blue spots out on Baby. That's gonna be a flash. That's gonna be a charge, but on Baby still pre-aimed in the vicinity. Make it a 3. Lelouch for the trade. 2 versus 1. Let's see. It's gonna be walking down. That's 1 as well. Is he able to defuse it in time? I don't think so.
Oh my
But
gosh,
he's already
he
on
managed it.
defuse. He has time to actually complete the defuse. And with that, that is a clutch.
Defenders win.
13.4 TC. What a quick-paced game. And with that being said, Jaeger, that ends the game 3 of semifinals. The second semifinals. TC Rising Stars rise up and will meet Outplay Uprising in the grand finals.
Yeah, we'll see who can rise further than the other. But in the Battle of the Rising, of course, the one on top is Aurus for bringing us this tournament. Thank you to Aurus for sponsoring our tournament. Of course, this is the GeForce Harbinger tournament, and we'll be taking another break before we head into the second game. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be, I say the second game, it is the final game. We're heading into the last best of 3 of the Harbinger tournament. After 8 weeks, it's all led to this. And so, Outplay and TC. So apparently there's a wiener, and so guys, look for a hot dog or a sausage on the stream. If you can find it, you win yourself 2,000 Gcash. So bring all your friends so we get to 100. But we also have a winner for the cap, John Faulo, or Paulo. I'm not sure. I think Faulo. And congratulations to you. You win a cap. Make sure that you message the page within the next 2 weeks so you can pick that up. If you don't message the next 2 weeks, it goes to me. So you wouldn't want that to happen, would you? So there you go. There is our winner. And now we will have another winner coming up after the grand final. So ladies and gentlemen, please hold on to your hats for the Battle of the Rising. And we'll be right back for the grand finals.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up!
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up! Turn it up! Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up! No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up! Until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up!
Welcome back to the GeForce Harbinger tournament, and how we have the TC Rising versus Outplay Esports. We are waiting for 3 members from Outplay, so we may be here for just a moment as they jump in. But we can have a quick look at the bracket so you can see how we got this far, as we have seen the conclusion of both the semi-final games. We saw the victory from TC Rising Stars against T-Nova Sphinx, and we did see Outplay beat Amethyverse at first through a very equal game and then a very dominant game. And same can be said for TC Rising Stars winning 13-2 on Haven. Now we are heading into Bind, where Team Nova Sphinx did beat TC Rising earlier on, so that may be a difficult game for TC Rising going ahead. But we haven't seen Outplay on Bind yet. It may be back and forth. We do see some very one-sided games on Bind every now and then, so this could be another one of those, but it's hard to tell who's going to do better here, because both these teams seem to have the capacity to completely overwhelm their opponents. We did see some amazing plays from every single player, to be honest, for the side of TC Rising, Sky Blue, Lelouch, and Nebza especially. And on the side of Outplay, Koyawi, Happy Simple, Sanaol, those guys have been very effective at doing what they do as well. The remaining 2 players that we're waiting for, they also had a big impact in the games that we saw them play, and I mean, they did win it out 2-0. It did take TC Rising the full 3 maps to win it out, so I'm not sure if that says anything about what these teams are capable of. Good sign for Outplay.
Well, I think it still happened in the game. Sometimes the momentum reflects in towards their further games, and sometimes it doesn't. So it's just safe to say that both of our teams, in playing these grand finals, anything can happen as well, as you've mentioned. And for the map picks, they have already we already have their list of maps. It's going to be, first map is going to be, I mean, as I can see here, it's firstly going to be Bind. This is interesting. Usually people would get that first map as something in the likes of Icebox or Ascent, or maybe the likes of Haven as well. The second one is going to be Ascent, and on third is going to be Split. So the first map on Bind, Defender side, is going to be Outplay. The second map, Ascent, Defender side, is going to be TC Rising Stars. And the third one is a toss coin or decider one. And Outplay Uprising is going to start off as the Defender. So looking at these maps, map picks alone, since this is TC Rising Stars pick, I kind of expect at least to have them a better performance into playing this first map. But you have to take note, Outplay Uprising starts as defenders. Their defenders from Haven were, I mean the defender side from Rising Stars from Haven was quite good. They also have maybe that kind of prowess is going to again reflect on their performances here, but with Outplay Uprising being the defenders at first and being the attackers at next, I expect some shakeups from them in towards this first map. The second map, however, this is an Outplay Uprising pick. For the side of TC Rising Stars, they do start up as defenders once again, so this is interesting. This is quite compact. Our maps for this time are not as big as we expected them to be usually, and so this is going to be interesting. TC Rising Stars maybe can actually win it out, but so far you did mention something about performance wise. We did notice that Outplay was able to get that 2-0 earlier from their semifinals results, and for the side of TC Rising Stars, they were able to get it with a 2-1. So with that having or being at play, what do you think, or your certain predictions are going to be here, Jaeger?
Predictions. I feel like because we saw how good Outplay did on Ascent, and they obviously chose the map as well, and then considering TC Rising, they had a very good commitment when it came to hitting sites, and they were all about, you know, hitting it straight up and not taking too many detours along the way, versus Outplay sort of splayed out attacker side where they can win individual fights. I feel like Outplay on both Bind and Ascent could do a good job. If it does end up on Split, I would still be favoring Outplay in that situation. But what I saw from TC Rising, yeah, they can beat Team Nova Sphinx 30-2 on Haven, but you don't have the privilege of having those large maps like that, and you also don't have the privilege of being able to consistently beat out each fight as it comes across. Because Outplay, they love to play in those situations where it's 1 versus 2s. So I think that the advantage just goes Outplay. But if they were going to find any map here, TC Rising would be finding their map pick of Bind.
Definitely. So it's safe to say that TC Rising Stars can just capitalize their map pick right here, since this is their chosen map. It is also expected that they would have a certain amount of, or a certain level of mastery into whichever side they are going to be in. So they are going to start off as attackers here. So assuming that they also have something in play here, unless of course Outplay can deny that said fact. So we're just waiting for the games to start in terms of team compositions, so that we can just get a quick summary from later. What do you think are the picks that both of our teams are going to go for in here? Since I'm pretty sure that they're still gonna go for utility based compositions, but what do you have in mind?
On Bind, you do like to see the Raze pick. I think Raze, Sova, Killjoy, always good picks, and then we do see a lot of teams pick up the Jet because they want to AWP down from Heaven in the A site and B long. But I think that you can pick the Sage. I think the Sage is a very good pick instead of having the Jet there, and I think Reyna's a good pick because the blind affects anyone that peeks towards it, and it's a consistent blind. So I think those 5 are good to have. When it comes to controller, probably the Astra. Astra's just become such a mainstay. You could have the Omen. Omen does have the capability of using the Paranoia to clear the entirety of Hookah or U-Haul, so that does provide an extra slowdown as well. So I think when you're picking between the agents, you want to at least have 4 out of those 6 mentioned agents, and generally that is what happens. The agents you don't really see get picked on Bind, you're not going to see a Chamber get picked, you're not going to see a Phoenix pick, obviously, you're not going to see a Yoru. On an occasion you would see a Yoru on Bind. We're just waiting now for one more player from OE. There is a time limit, and so you can't be keeping a team waiting for, I think, over 15 minutes, because that counts as disqualification for the team that were punctual. However, that wouldn't be the most
An anticlimactic way of winning.
yeah, very anticlimactic grand finals for an 8-week event.
Yeah. Exactly. And then I'm pretty sure most, even like the viewers, would agree that both of our teams are quite competent with each other, very formidable, very skilled, and you don't really want to end it because, you know, you're late. Remember guys, punctuality is key. Ooh.
Just a preview.
Just a quick tease.
Just a preview of what's to come.
Ooh. Very good. Timer has been set. Let's just have to see.
They have 4 minutes remaining. That'd be a bit unfortunate. The only way they can really counter that is if TC Rising say, yeah, we still want to play even if they're late. That's the only real opportunity for that. Otherwise, you know, that would be the big sad. So they won't actually forfeit. They'll start the game 4 versus 5 in that situation. But he is connected now, so we are ready to go into the game. And so they're readying up, and Bind will be underway.
Indeed. So again, usual team compositions. I'm expecting to actually have a Breach in here. I'm not gonna lie. Breach, somewhere like the Breach, Killjoy, Astra, and then maybe a double duelist or one duelist, and then extra healing capabilities of either a Sage or Sky or a Sova, something like that, or maybe whatever piques their interests. But right now, it looks like TC Rising Stars are gonna go with the KO, Sova, and interestingly a Viper. Well, yeah, Viper has been very usable as well in towards binds. So this is interesting. So, I do see a Brim, Sky, Sova, and a Jet for the side of outplay. Maybe it could be either a Killjoy or Cypher. Could be. This is like also the perks of having like multiple agents to choose from with their respective roles. You get to really have a feel, a certain amount of comfort for the teams. But right now we're just waiting for that final pick of Javi, which is a Viper. Yeah, should have said Viper as well, not Astra. But right now Red is also eyeing out for Astra as well. He's gonna pick that. He should be picking that, right? Should be locked in. Yes, there it is. And with that being said, our draft is already made up. This is not so much of a mirror fight as they have various utilities. And I'm just excited to see how things are gonna go here, because we've mentioned it over and over earlier that that both of our teams are quite competent with each other.
You're competent.
No, I'm potato.
You're competent.
What?
Okay. So just waiting to see how they set up, because it looks like they want to go for... This is really weird. They look like a defender side because they're sort of making their own wall here. But, okay, it looks like they will be trying to hit that A side.
Which is the usual play, but actually quite passive, at least for their side right now. They're eyeing out Cubby. That's gonna be suppressed, gonna suppress too. That's a flash. KO should be able to get that as well. Recon Bolt's gonna be denied. Javi is just spraying, uses the toxins. The spike is still going to be planted. Very nice reflexes from Ellie. Skyblue also will be taking one for the team as well. They're already rushing from lamps. Javi, however, will be able to take two, replaces a gun, but Psycho is there to catch him off guard. The spike is in their arsenals, and right now we do see Psycho, and that's going to be a bit of a trade here, and only Ellie is remaining, but the right click from Netflix is going to clean up this round. Quite chaotic, but they still managed to make things work with the help of that late rotate coming in from Netflix on B site. That's enough to actually, give them the first round, and that's pistol. So it's safe to assume that this next round should be in their hands, since they do have money and weapon to work with.
Yeah, TC, they're not force buying too much. We do see the one sheriff in the hands of Jet, but everyone else going to be sticking to the anti-eco weapons, your SMGs and your shotguns. And they got a little bit of info on Sky playing in B long. 3 players in the B site. They're playing quite spread out. This is something that Outplay were infamous for leading into this. And Nebza doesn't want to push too far into Hookah, so she has to back away, as it looks like they want to focus their attention on this A site yet again. There's going to be a Spectre lying in wait, and they know to be careful, because those sheriffs can be so deadly. Oh, not checking behind him. Already made it past. Kuyayawi is going to find one, but that is going to be Monsoon picking up a Spectre. That could be huge for their successes here.
Indeed, and Ellie is going to try to push him. Yaoi is to be detected, but still gets it too in the process, only to be traded by Monsoon. But this could be another potential trade. That's gonna be a concussed, but the push is gonna be there as well. Sana all with the Bucky takes it one, and only the Jet as a remaining member alive. That's gonna be a flash. That's gonna be a bit of a whiff, but Skyblue still takes two, and Sana all. It's all up to him, and his Bucky uses the shock dart. Is it enough to take him down? No, he is able to evade, but he's just buying his time at this point. He could go for the push. Right click, and Sana all will be doing this for the team. Does he have time though? I assume he would. He should have at least by 2 seconds, but no! Actually, with 0.7 seconds, he managed to actually buy time for TZ Rising Stars to equalize the board, and that's by a thin hair, by a thread. Emotional damage.
That is emotional damage. Imagine losing to a pistol round because of an overextending Viper. If he hadn't pushed so far forward, that wouldn't have been the kill onto Koyawi ultimately. He would have been able to assist in that pincer in mid. Really, just not a great setup, and I don't really like this this duelist Viper play in the A site. You should be having your other smoker controller playing in A. Double controller is a really weird idea, and I'm not sure how much I'm digging it, but so far, TC Rising, I feel like their setup does look better on this. Now that's because this is their map pick, they prepared for it the most. Outplay, I'm not entirely sure what the reasoning was behind all these smokes, because they have a complete lack of flashes, i.e. absolutely zero. Except for, Sky.
Yaoi, however, is still able to take heads there in towards near Showers area or through spawn. And that make it a 3, coming in as he tries to go for that flank. Javi, however, is going to be suppressed. You did mention they do have a lack of flashes, but right now that's only a remaining member, and they do already know that he's at land. That's going to be a Toxins, but Skyblue still taps one down. They should be able to crossfire this one out. It's a 3 versus 1, and take note, Skyblue has a slimmer of health to work with in here. They don't need to peek him, they don't need to rush him. They just have to let him go across the crosshairs at this point. There.
It is nice play there from Netflix, and the recovery for a round that they shouldn't have lost, but that they managed to convert into better economy in the long run. So they do have the weapons upgrades, and TC Rising don't really have anything that does reset their economy. So you could be looking at the 3-1 unless Outplay give away another round to a roll of pistols.
Indeed, and right now this should be a game for at least looking at the weaponry, this should be another game for Outplay. But looks like they are going to be flash forces to back away. Skyblue will be having this Blade Storm ready, but Psycho, quite a bit psychotic in here, as he is a bit near, but is not going to falter Skyblue down. That's going to be another peek. Brimstone will be using the smokes to try to deny entry, as well as the Molly. Interesting. Netflix will be pushing. Interesting as well. Oh, but no, actually goes into the corner instead. But right now they're quite a bit of, holding B long at the moment. This is interesting. And while we do see our Vipers in towards a cubby, they should be meeting there and for a later date, but right now this could be an entrance to them. Netflix, however, will be shutting down Skyblue. Sana offered the trade, and Netflix, beautiful crossfire coming in from both of them, and Javi is going to try and follow Monsoon. We will be waiting for that time. This could be intel for them to just go towards Belong, and that is what Sana all is doing at the moment, trying to corner out Ellie. But right now that's going to be going out, and Javi to clean it all up because of the multiple presence upon his site gets the 3rd point for his team.
I think saying Sana all for the trade is probably one of the most relatable things for any Valo players, because I guarantee there's so many situations where they're just players are watching this, they play their own games, they peek into a site, they get shut down, and they just think to themselves, where's the trade? and then you see another player get traded out immediately, and it's just like, sign auto trade.
Keep up. Imagine getting trades cannot be me in solo queue. Emotional damage. But in
We're gonna
towards
get cancelled.
no. I know, but this is the thing. I'm just solo queuing, so I can't really blame anyone. But you know, them. But anyway, we do see respective trades across the board. Man advantage in the hands of TC. Sky Blue uses the smokes. Nebzer is gonna cover Sky Blue so that he can go for the entry. They do have left the spike. That's one. Not going to be able to isolate the fights here, and only Kuya Yaoi being the only member alive. They should be watching B long, which Sky Blue is doing at the moment. He was able to see it. This could be an opportunity to isolate the fights. He does go towards elbow, and I don't think they have knowledge of that, to say the least. But this Kuya Yaoi, if he is able to take Sky Blue down, can dash in towards elbow once again to try and take a different approach. Ooh, beautiful patience back there coming in from him, and that's 2, saving this round for him and his team. That's a beautiful clutch play. That could be highlighted.
That's why you don't watch the same angle. That was really weird. They were so convinced that someone was coming from either hookah or elbow, and look at that. That is very strange. They didn't peek down spawn to get the idea that he may have been coming from there, but Kuya Yaoi, I mean, he'll take that every day. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile. And so, what can they do to remedy that? They don't really have anything on this round. Again, it's just the pistols. What worked for them on that one pistol round that they did win was playing around the confusion of that Viper wall going up. They managed to get away and trade for each other after getting forward positions. Perhaps they can try getting confusing again, but Psycho's already found the first kill. Sky Blue's been taken down. Look how many ults they have on this defense as well.
Exactly. Javi as well will be taking another head for himself. Nebzer takes that quick peek. They will be jiggling it out. That's going to be a toxin. It kind of caged Nebzer there. Forces him to back away. They don't have a healer to work with. That's going to be a shock dart. Now they do know that there are people in the vicinity. Bit of a quick heal there for Javi. Oh, look at him, so very, very generous with the heals. Anyway, this can be a call for them to rotate towards B, but they have to be very careful when entering it and not just really go on rush, because there are people watching it still. So that's going to be a flash from the sky. We'll be detecting them. Oh, I like it how he just makes the Trailblazer do a quick moonwalk back there. Not gonna spot anyone, to say the least. You saw that, right? You saw. I'm not the only one. We take one. Gonna be not another as Lelouch takes the kill, but Javi and company knows that they should be in towards showers. Bit of a disperse when he does seize the head of Nebzer from that truck. That's gonna be a flash, and only Lelouch with the brink of a hell to work with. Spots the shoulder. Javi gets the spray. 5-1 for the side of Outplay.
It's the thing, the closer you are to that wall, the sooner the enemy sees you before you see them. And so you always want to play as far away from that edge as possible. And then when you do go for the peak, it should be a wide one. So a nice attempt there, but again, Outplay their defense. We got a taste of it on Ascent. They went 6-6 on an attacker-sided map, and they just finished things off immediately. And we're seeing it again here. This super strong defense, although they have gone for a bit of a gamble. They are going to put this Viper's Pit, but does it even completely launch in time? Yes, it does, because they don't peek immediately. And so, does that dissuade him from this push? They got 4 players in the B site, and Heavy Simple has backed away for now.
Ooh. That's gonna be Hunter's Fury. Loving the jumping. He's like it's like he came from Australia and got some kangaroo jumpy majiggies there. But Ellie seems to have taken down Psycho with a cost of his health. This is another Viper's Pit from your fellow Viper, but it equates to a 3 versus 4. They have the man advantage. They should be able to take this down. The Molly is keeping them positioned together, and Javi's just spraying inside this Panda Cake in hopes, but that's going to be a recon bolt. Still not realizing that they're in there. Javi is able to take the Viper down for clarity in towards the map, and look at this beautiful crossfire. They now know Lelouch is in towards left, but they should be able to trade it out as Javi cleans it up, and that's going to be a half defused spike because you don't want to give it to Javi because he just used his ult back there, and just like that they were able to turn around what could have been a winnable fight for the side of TC.
Yeah, they had so much space. They had all the post-plant positions, but one by one they get peaked, and they don't really, because of that Viper's Pit. This is a problem with Viper's Pit. You have players inside and outside. You can't see your teammates and what they can see outside the Viper's Pit. That means any crossfires you have from inside and outside the pit don't actually come into fruition. So what you end up doing is you end up having all these individual peaks and being so close sighted, you don't know when they're going to start approaching the pit. So it can be a double-edged sword. Yeah, you deny information for the people trying to attack the pit, but you also deny your own information.
Exactly. So right now, even though you did say that there was a slight question in terms of having double smokes, apparently Outplay seems to manage to make things work for them in their favor. But right now, Ellie was able to get that tap downs against Kuyawi.
You're tough.
No. And now they're slowly walking in towards Belong.
Well, now they're just taking their sweet, sweet time.
30 seconds left.
Definitely. And right now,
They're gonna go for the plant inside the B site. It's gonna be inside the 2, and Netflix has made his presence scarce. So many missed shots towards him. He's not taking a single lick of damage there. 2 players peek towards him, one with a operator, one with a phantom, and he's just fine at this point. Netflix still has plenty of utility to work with to retake this as well. But there you go, Sky Blue finally securing a kill. And they still have the utility to secure this. Psycho is gonna find one more, but Sky Blue doing all the work with that operator, jumping up on top. His presence has been made note of. Another spray down, 2 versus 1 all of a sudden, and Monsoon Ellie getting the kill with the snake bite. And just tapping away, will finally secure another round after 5 in a row from Outplay.
and they managed to get the operator too. Actually, that was their operator from the previous round. Haha. But there we have it. They were able to break that streak. Now it's just a question of if they are able to really, get this going for the remaining rounds. They can have the option of making it a 6-6 scoreline, perhaps, but it needs work. So right now, Kuyayawi is going a bit of aggressive in here. I think he does spots that jiggle peek coming in. Not gonna let himself detected in here. Lelouch kind of like stepping back and forth from A. They're playing for peaks here. They're waiting for the skills to happen. Right now, it's interesting. It's interesting that they're taking their time here, just so that they can also play potentially mind games. But here, Psycho and Netflix
Here.
can have their crossfires ready. That's gonna be suppress one. Ooh, beautiful flash coming in, and a crossfire as intended for them worked in their favor, dwindling everything to a 2 versus 5. drone's gonna spot out Red in Garden. Was able to get that kill as well. And only Ellie is the remaining member alive. You should have heard that. But I think Javi has an idea that he is going towards lamps. From spawn to city. Oh, he's gonna be sandwiched in a corner. Oh, Javi just decides not to. Spots out, and beautiful tap by Sana All, and gets that 7th point under their name.
Yeah, no momentum to be gained there whatsoever, unfortunately. And I wanted to see a little bit more of TC Rise, especially considering this is their map pick. Perhaps we'll see more once they switch sides. But Outplay doing a really good job on this defense. Their retakes have just been superb, and the initial defenses they've been putting up have been holding really well. I have to say, a lot of this comes down to those aim duels yet again. It's another situation where aim duels are dictating the difference. It's not like you see at games when you see those top teams, SV, Bren, SBE, Secret, where it comes down to how well they strategize. It's coming down a lot of the time to the aim duels. And there's one that's very hard to win. Having a pistol versus a operator, you're kind of pushing your luck. Sunall's going to find one as well. And in the first 20 seconds of this round, it's a 3 versus 5.
Notice as well how also from the previous matchups, TC has been rushing the sites, whether if it's a delayed push or not. So maybe that's also one of the reasons why the collateral is happening. So that's going to be a bit of a whiff coming in. But Kuyayawi does know that there are 2 people attempting to crossfire from Hookah. Javi is going to respond to that. Psycho will be answering from the behind, and as well Sana also clean it up for the crew. And with that being said, that is a flawless round for the side of Outplay. So far they've been doing wondrous jobs here in just keeping their momentum, not being faltered, and this calls for a timeout for the side of TC, which in my opinion should have happened a few rounds ago. At least when they got like that 6-2 scoreline at least.
It's later than never, I suppose.
True. Like me. I'm kidding.
You're never late.
Well,
A wizard always arrives precisely when she means to.
Oh, well, true. But what do you think can TC do here? They are attackers. They should be the one dictating the pace, right? But right now it's as if that they're being held back by...
We need to see a better use of their utility, because we're seeing them take a lot of aim duels before they've entered the site, or there's too much utility on the side of Outplay for them to play around, or they just get lost in it. They push out, and like it ends up being individual fights. They need to wait for all that utility to disappear, then use that utility to make space for themselves, and then go for those double and triple peaks. But even then, the biggest problem is they need to win those aim duels as soon as they become available.
Actually, I agree with you. And right now, again, another Viper's Pit coming in from Javi. And as you mentioned, they should actually wait this out. It's gonna be a drone in here, and I think Javi heard that, so he just went back. Just goes back. And he may be destroying that. It's gonna be a Hunter's Fury once again. Uses that Toxins. I don't know if Javi knows that Monsoon is above. Oh, he actually sees the leg. Both of them disengages. That's gonna be another Toxin to use. That's a beautiful flash coming in from Psycho and takes Ellie down. Psycho does manage to spot out Lelouch, and that could be intel for the people on B side. That's gonna be a Seekers again. Additional information, so they should destroy that as fast as possible. But now look at this Psycho, no fear, just pushing it through with the Seekers, and Sana All with that beautiful teleport is going to take them down. And with a beautiful tap from Fountain, Sana All nakakatap.
Last round before the switch.
That sounds so right. Well,
Sana All may aim. Sana All, what's your food for this afternoon? Can I have it? Can I also
I'm not sure what this
Because his
conversation
game
is anymore.
in-
Oh, okay, you're still talking about his gameplay. Okay, because you said it's not all getting taps, and then what are you eating? So I'm just. Anyway, here we
Of
go.
course, like you would want to know what they're like having for lunch,
No, I
right?
just made you
Because
sound like a pervert, but then I misread the situation. That's all.
no, it's you who's thinking bad. You're the one who's bad.
Mm,
Exactly.
no, it's not bad.
Spike down.
Anyway, go on.
No, it's too late now. We've missed the action. It's a spike down, and they're post planting a spike drop. This is what happens.
That's mainly your problem, mate, not me. Anyway, Javi here is just spraying down. Was able to see Sky Blue and manages to spray transfer as well. Psycho just really going psychotic there just for Javi to have space to clean up the patch. And that's a 10-2 here. Look at that, committing Sudoku with the Hunter's Fury. And this is a similar scenario from previously. And 10-2. This is a long run for TC if ever they do want to get that tie. But knowing outplay, again, I've been emphasizing this from time and time again. They're quite aggressive, literally aggressive in the attacker side. So they have to consider that with caution. You know.
They don't reveal their positioning by just backing away, and then they push forward. Oh, Psycho! Push forward with a knife out, and he survives a shock dart, jumps to the other side. How is he still alive? There you go.
I'm surprised it still survived that long, mate.
The amount of utility they threw at that Sky.
But you know what they say, battered
Love
but
is blind.
never broken. No! What? See, it's not me! It's you!
Yeah, it's checking.
It's you! It's not me! Anyway.
Wow, no one ever says that on a breakup, but that's terribly rude. They're waiting for this wall to go down. I think they're trying to sell a double fake, where it's like, oh, they're rotating to B, they must be. There's no sound in the A site yet. And Javi Simple looks his teammate dead in the eyes and asks casual credit. And Javi Simple pushes forward even deeper to U-Hole, making a lot of noise, and what a headshot to Nebza!
Ooh.
What was
A bit of
that?
a falter back there. Sana all, once again, taking down Sky Blue from Lamps. Now they have the choice to rotate since man advantage in their hands. They are going to expect Astra from City use that smoke to, cover them as expected. That's gonna be a shock dart from the above and beyond. Javi with its simple look as well. Javi already sees one bit of a spray down towards that smoke. And left red in half, and Nate flicks, and the gang double peeks it through. And with that, it's an 11th point. Not too looking good for the side of TC, at least for this game, number one.
Yeah, considering this is also TC's map pick, it doesn't bode well for the second game either. OC, they're having so much fun here. You can see them wasting all the utility on the shock darts at the end of the round. You can see them killing each other at the end of the half.
Yes.
Yeah, they're just having a good time. The team that has fun is the team that wins.
True. I hope I have fun too in my games.
Good luck later.
No. Anyone wanna play? Alright, now going back, Javi here, gonna get that first blood. Psycho's again being psychotic with this Ares play. Ellie with that tap was able to get 1-8 flicks for the trade, but it all dwindled down to a 4 versus 2. But Kuyawi spots out red already, and that's intel for the other members. And there goes the hunt. He's gonna go for the updraft, a little bit of a whiff, but still manages to get that frenzy kill in the face. It's a team ace. That's a match point for outplay.
Match point.
And that is the last chance as well. They've put everything they could into defending themselves there. Here they will have a they had a Vandal available. but decided not to commit to it. TC, they've invested everything, and Outplay, they're fully prepared to lose this round. You can see they haven't invested anything. They just want to get their rifles out and do their best with what weapons they have right now. As spray down, and they actually manage a bit of damage onto KO, onto Sova, and onto Viper.
Revealing area.
Ooh, I want to learn that lineup. That's so cool.
Found them.
And it's very beneficial. Sana all with this aim and this lineups naman. Sana all takes one, but Ellie is gonna go for that
Spike
trade.
down
So
A.
it's a 2 versus 4. But take note, KO is low HP as well as the Jet with half and also Viper. So right now, Kuya Yawi with Bucky in showers, right? So he can take one off guard. But right now, he has to know first where's who, and that's gonna be a smoke. He can go for the dash, but still with the right click of a Bucky, and that's good. So right now, he's going towards Lamps. Very nice repositioning, and he can corner out the members of the other people. So right now, he changes to Vandal, which is great because you want to win with better weaponry. So they are going to plant the spike. This is 2 versus 2. So this is actually a
30
good
seconds
thing
left.
to equalize the board. So right now, they are going to go with these crossfires. But don't forget Heaven, okay? Because Red is already there. He managed to spot it out, whip a little bit, and then go for that hide again. So let's see how both of them are able to do this. That's gonna be a pull, but he manages to escape. So right now, Kuya Yawi still watching Lamps. But this time, they may trade their angles, but Sky Blue is able to take one down. That's gonna be one, make it another. And that being said, that's the 3K for Kuya Yawi to win out game number 1 for this grand finals.
Thank you for that very lovely game. And now we're heading into game number 2. Wait, no, what was that? Was that Mari Tess Zaya? Is that what that was?
It's your friendly neighborhood Marites, you know. Bringing you the latest chica.
No. Well, 13-2, it is telling that they lost that heavily on their own map pick, and now they're going on to Outplay's map pick. This does not look good for them in any way, shape, or form. They're going to be taking a short break, and maybe TC Rise can realign themselves and go for a bit of a comeback, but I don't know. It's hard to hold out hope just considering how that first game went. It's very one-sided, and Outplayed, they're playing really well. I think they are pumped up, and I think they want that 13,000 pesos. But, well, it remains to be seen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break, and then we'll be back for what could potentially be the last map, but hopefully the second to last, because we want to see a little bit more from the Harbinger tournament. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click on or on Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's just see how high we can go. Turn it up. No stopping till we lose all control. Turn it up until we feel it down in our soul. Turn it up.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive.
Welcome back. We're waiting together for the final member to join as they are. It's now on the other foot. I think. So what happened in the first game before we started? They were waiting for Outplay to jump into the game, and they were taking quite a while. So they were like, "Oh, what time is it forfeit?" And then now it's TC that are making Outplay wait, and I wonder if it's because of how badly they lost that first game. They're like, "I don't think we're gonna win this one. Maybe we take our time, just make them waste their time, just till we get our own back, a little consolation prize." Because that's what I would do in that situation. If I feel like I'm gonna jump into a game, I'm gonna lose. I'm just gonna waste my opponent's time. That'll teach them to beat me. Very mature thinking, everyone knows it.
Yes. But right now we are going to get on to our second game for this best of 3 grand final. So we have it at stake here. Once more, we're going to have Ascent. This is Outplay's pick. So potentially, if they are able to make things work for their end, they could be crowned as champions for the last week of Harbinger's tournament series. But if TC Rising Stars is able to literally rise to the top as they, really capitalize on the defender side here, maybe get that gap going for, their favor, maybe then we can go for a third round, which is split. Anything can still happen at this point. Don't want to count out TC Rising Stars for this, but of course they do have to proceed with this matchup with a mindset for themselves that Outplay has a very strong attacker side.
I mean, they've shown to have a strong attacker and defender side, at least against TC. It's pretty just based on how that first game went, 13-2. That's exactly how much they beat Team Nova Sphinx by. So it and it's on their map pick. It's really hard to justify supporting TC Rise jumping into Outplay's map right now, because it's so out there.
But still, at this point, it's safe to say at least that both of these teams are very formidable and very competent. They're very good, and this is the reason why both of them are able to really survive the brackets that we've had. Before we start the game, can we have a quick, look at the brackets at least, just so we can see once more how both of the teams, are able to get on this journey once again. But then it doesn't really change the fact that TC Rising Stars and Outplay Uprising both were able to really stand along the odds of their respective brackets. So this is their journey on how they got here. And of course, let's look at the prize pool, shall we? On whoever gets to win these prizes. So the champion is gonna go home with 13,000 pesos, but the runner-up here is going to win 7,000 PHP. So there's no, they still win, even though But of course, you will want to get that 13k. And of course, for the viewers out there, guys, I can see y'all there. There is respective giveaways there, and yep, you guessed it. The final winner is going to have himself like a helmet. So imagine that if you are, like a motorcycle rider out there, you get yourself some cool helmets as well. Imagine driving, right? Well, right now we are gonna go on to the draft here. We're gonna go to Ascent, and now it's time for the Marites to go and in towards this draft. So right now, they're basically still gonna go with utilities because this is a very compact map. So you want to get that control as much as possible. I'm still expecting somewhere along the lines that there will be flashers or that there will be some concussions to happen. So right now, I'm looking at the draft for the side of TC Rising Stars. They have Killjoy, they have double duelist set up. This is interesting once again. This could be beneficial for attackers, but I have to take note that they are in defenders first. So this is an interesting lineup for them. They do have the Soba for intel, but they have to at least let Lelouch, prolong his survivability in game so that he can use his utilities more. They do have the Omen as their smoker. This is interesting as well because Red can basically play around the corners of the map, but it all depends once more if they win the aim duels. For the side of Outplay, they do have the Sky, which again has been working wonders for their team. They have the Astra Killjoy combination, so this is definitely going to be beneficial for their defender side. And finally, they do have Kuya Yawi once more with the Jet and Sova for intel and information gathering alongside with the Sky. So far this is a fundamental composition for both sides of the team, and we will just have to see who gets the better performance for both sides. Was that right? Are you proud of me, my fellow Marites?
Huh? Did he?
What?
Someone messaged me and told me that I sound like the other Marites. The one that does the British accent?
Yes. You should do that.
I should not. No one talks like that outside of TV.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
No,
that's a
it's not.
TV English accent. No, I don't have enough gossip in my life.
Oh, really? Oh, you have.
Oh, you want a little bit?
Guys, did you know that Zayora is single? And I heard that she is available on the market. So if you are perhaps a sugar daddy or someone that comes from a very rich family and you'd like to give her a call, make sure that you're good looking as well because she doesn't settle for less. She may actually, spend some time with you, maybe a whole date, but you have to pay for everything as well, okay? And make sure you have your own car, otherwise you're wasting our time. Okay?
That's you
when you
set
come
the
around,
standards. I told you, I'm
sure
simple woman.
you also have to make sure that you bring gifts for me because I live in the same building. Okay. Thank you very much to all the future suitors of Zayora. She's also bisexual, so if there are any ladies out there with those same parameters, car, money, good looking, you can come by. Okay. This is what you wanted to see. Of course, when you go out with a shoutcaster, it means that your love life, you get to hear it all commentated back to you, so you know exactly what you're doing right. She's supposedly a big talker, so keep that in mind. Well, the pause is still underway. It will be unpaused very shortly, and all this Marites nonsense will cease to exist once they jump into the first round.
Why am I the bunot? But then again, going back into the game, I would never like a Marites Jaeger to ever come out ever again. Thank you so much. And that, my friends, is the quick reminder of to never have this thing happen ever again. So right now we are going to see, at least from their perspective, this is again a technical pause, so we're just gonna have some things in their most optimal conditions. So going back in towards their compositions, it's already like a common thing for an Astra Killjoy setup the fact that Outplay is also in the attacker side, they can basically use this composition to delay the pushes or delay the peaks that can come from TZ, especially in the likes of the Heaven side or somewhere along Cubby.
You're Cubby.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, mhm.
You know how I've got like 90,000 followers, but around 60% of them come from the Middle East. Apparently, posting my doing the post about my cat, a lot of them are turning up to like it, and it's something I forget. It's that when you come from Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, UAE, all those locations, they have a big love for their animals. Obviously, they're big cats. They love their lions and their tigers and their illegal exotic animals. But I can tell how many of them are super rich that are liking my post, because you can see profile pictures of them with those white headdresses on, like hugging their tigers and stuff. It's really strange.
Well, you gotta love your felines, right?
Exactly. And how to tap into the 60% that don't really engage with my posts. Post animals, supposedly.
I mean, who doesn't love animals, right? But right now, I'm pretty sure even our players would also love their fair share of their fur babies. But
No, this is about me. This isn't about them.
Okay. Jaeger, pop off! Let's go!
What a caster should never say. Things a caster should never say. It's about me, it's not about them.
But you just did!
Oh,
The bravery of this guy. I swear.
Of course, it is about the players, but this is about me right now. But back to the players, I guess. Another 13-2, maybe, perhaps, coming our way. Perhaps a reverse sweep of 13 zeros. Who knows?
I mean, anything can still happen. I told you time and time again, there is still room for these players to turn things around specifically. But you know what? The eyes are basically more on TC Rising Stars, because basically, you know, Outplay is technically, what do you call this? Is technically on their match point. So if they do win this round, that they are going to be hailed the champions. But right now, we are going to head on to our game. I think everything is settled and everything is going to be in order right now. So I do see that they're starting it off here. There's some presence along the mid. Sky Blue will take Nate Flicks down as a start.
I got the spike.
They're crawling their way towards Cubby. Ooh, nice dink from Sana All, and that's going to have at least have a little bit more breathing space here. But numbers advantage is still on the side of TC. They're quite separated for the side of Outplay. Just have to see how things are gonna go from here. They do still have 50 seconds to decide on which site they want to commit into. But right now, in terms of numbers, we do see both of them in here. Red should be able to hear these, or no, or maybe they're walking. Just have to see. Ooh, but Red with the crossfire was able to get one down. Yowie for the trade, 2 versus 3. And Sky Blue from the behind was able to get one. This is going to be a plant of the spike. Extra eco status or extra money for later. But that's going to be the turret. It's a 3 versus 2. Staying towards heaven. Taking a quick peek at that side. That's going to be a recon vault. His place is going to be detected. This is an opportunity for the push. That's going to take 1. But still, the crossfire happens. And this is the first round to go in the hands of TC.
It is over.
This is it. The comeback.
I thought you were gonna sing.
Wait, what song follows This Is It?
This is it. Oh, I
Oh my-
finally-
I see.
I'm sorry.
You did sing, interestingly enough, so you know that works.
Well, you asked for the song, so
True, true. I'm not complaining. I'm quite happy you sang.
anyway, continue.
Never.
No.
Well, everyone's going into the A side. This is going to be a straight up A push here coming in. And, well, we're following along with the rotation action. This is where it is. As Sky Blue is going to find Santa Ol. Psycho is going to find one response with the classic. And he's looking to find a little bit more here. But no, he's going to get completely ran over by Lelouch, as well as the other teammates coming in as well. Aldrone going to be looking for targets to find inside of the site. And it almost looks clear, doesn't it? But clearing underneath. Oh, he actually doesn't reach it in time. And a nice attempt there from Javi Simple. He actually finds one kill. Napik finds one as well. There's the 1 versus 2. Long range from Lelouch. And it's going to be a second round, but an expensive one for TC Rising.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's expected since they were the ones who won the first pistol round previously. Of course, they're bound to have better weaponry on towards the next. So right now, let's see how things are. Things go from here for Outplay, since they do have better weaponry to work with this time around.
You're better weaponry.
I'm not a weapon.
You are of mass destruction.
No.
And yeah, I mean, you're seeing them spread out at the moment. And this is what Outplay really did well. It was taking control of the map by taking so many positions in their favor. There's no way they check. Oh, did they check it? What? They didn't check it! I don't understand! Psycho looked right at it! Javi Simple will get the shutdown anyway, and they all push in for the spray down, but that is going to be a 2 versus 4, and they've lost 3 players for the price of 1. That is going to work out really well for TC Rising, as Outplay they've walked straight into a trap, and that was really well set up.
They should be able to see that in the corner, as you've mentioned. That's going to be the pull. There's the crossfire, but again, it goes down to a 3 versus 2 now to a none, as Nebzer was able to clean up for the pack. And this is looking so good for the side of TC, despite the fact that this is Outplay's map choice. But then again, I did mention that they tend to have like a bit of a slow progression in terms of them being defender side. So it kind of like takes a few more rounds before they can potentially bounce back up. But TC, however, can capitalize on this factor. And right now, there's already 3 points on their names. So Sky Blue here with the Phantom gets one, not gonna be another, but spots out Sana Ol. So let's see if they're gonna find some light in here.
Yeah, they've not found really any leeway here. I mean, they've already eclipsed the amount of rounds that they managed to gain on the first map. And they are just dropping one by one.
Indeed. So right now, did you see Nate Flicks on the corner was able to get that tap,
30 seconds
shutting
left.
down Nebzer, but with a little brig of health, Sky Blue was able to
Spike
refrag
down A.
for him, and Lelouch ending it on towards mid takes Javi down 4-0 on the scoreline. Not the type of scoreline I would expect, at least. They should at least have like a point under their name. But you know what? I love it how TC Rising Stars is just proving time and time again how they can basically bounce back up you know, and not be faltered, despite having, like game one in the hands of their enemy team. So, liking this tilt-proof trait that comes from Rising Stars.
So confident,
Mm-hmm.
pushing all the way out mid, and Outplay not playing like themselves, no map control whatsoever.
You are
So we're
divided.
going to hit the A site, and there's going to be the Cosmic Divide, and a concussion as well. Down goes the plant.
Spike planted. Cutting their vision.
And well, that's going to do it. Koyawi and Psycho position themselves so perfectly around that wall. They get a triple and a double, and it just took those two to finish off all these kills, and that is going to be Outplay on the board. But I think TC have already done a good job on their defense here. 4 rounds already on the defense can be enough to work with. We did see before, Outplay managed to get 6 on their defense and then 7 on their offense. So if they could perhaps match that, that would be really good. But already, if they got 4 rounds, it means there's only a possibility for 8 rounds left on this attacker side, which was better for them. So if judging by history, they can find 1 more, they should at least be guaranteed a potential overtime.
That's a bit of a quick spray down from Red right here. The drone's going to spot them out, at least visually. That's going to be a knockdown, a concuss rather, but Nebzer still takes 1. Gonna take another. Psycho has to be very careful on this area. Uses the Seekers and as well potentially the lockdown. I mean, he could use the lockdown if he wants to, but right now Koyawi, bit of aggressive, takes 1. Beautiful repositioning here. Ooh, he's quite damaged by the swarm grenades, but you know what? That's going to be respective trades from the team. Lelouch takes 2. That's going to be 1 for Hobby, but not going to transfer as Lelouch shuts him down and was able to bounce back off into, another round for the side of TC.
That didn't look losable, but they were way pushed forward, and they don't seem to be covering their entryways very much. We're seeing way too much access for the player coming in from tree.
Yeah.
The Astra had to put a concuss there and a smoke just to assure that position, but I mean, in either situation, that they never should have been able to get back into the site. They all just rushed in from heaven. Those are open positions. They have no cover. We should have had way more cover for the players from Outplay as well. Outplay, they look like they want to get into a third map here because they're not playing like they did when they were on Bind. This is looking almost one-sided for TC.
Indeed. And it should be as well because, I mean, they're very known for their aggressive plays, but not in a kind of way that it's quite, aggressive. In a manner wherein it's not that disciplined, or it's not, or they because they seem to fail to check corners or even the most predictable of areas. So that makes it interesting. So Red is going to give information that's going to be a flash. He flashes himself, and Red just quickly denies entry from here in towards Garden. So I don't know if they are anticipating Netflix here, but that's going to be 1. Should be another, but Netflix was able to get his form. Is it going to be another here? Was able to dink Lelouch down. That's going to be another shock dart in, but Lelouch is going to still take him down. But with the little health to work with, they can go for these crossfires. Javi should be able to depict that they are in towards heaven. But this is quite different. He has the turret to work with here. Oh, a little bit, but with that beautiful clutch and spray transfer is enough to get the point under their name.
A double peaky positions his head exactly where his teammate's head just was when he got sprayed down. I think a little bit of an extra step to his left could have secured him a kill there, but nice attempt and nice play by Outplay as they get themselves a second round, but they still have a long way to go to even out the scoreline, and based on how they've been playing this attacker side so far, it's not yet convincing. So Outplay need a little bit more here as they have only just matched TC Rising's score from the first game.
So right now they're trying to utilize mid. I hope they don't forget the spike. but it looks like they will be getting it a bit of toned down here. So they do hear some sprays across the board. Hunter's Fury, that's going to be a Blade Storm, whips it out. That's going to be another Koyawi, sees it through. Will be going for the push. That's going to be the second kill for his name. Gets that flick and gets that third. Now A side is open. They're now on their way here. 3 versus 2 man advantage in their side. Nate Flicks, however, is half on health. They do know that Lelouch is in towards Garden. And I like it how Koyawi just anticipates heaven. Beautiful tap there. This could be a double peek from the team. But you know what? Ooh, that's a shutdown for Koyawi. But Netflix was able to avenge his fallen comrade. And now they are slowly going back in towards their feet here. TC can still go for their own advantage here. But for now, I think they can't buy rifles fully. So Sky Blue's gonna risk it with a half armor Phantom, and then the others are gonna have no armor Sheriff. And Lelouch is gonna go for a full armor and then a Spectre.
That'd be because he's hoping to get his ult for the next round when they do manage to force by Sky Blue. Looking for an early pick. Koyawi walking in without his gun out, and that's a free kill. And that could be a gun they could salvage, as Ellie finding one with the Sheriff as well. So far, so good. 3 versus 5 in the first 10 seconds of this round.
Psycho right now, a bit of pre-aimed in towards A main, hopes that someone could go for the peek. This is the shot. Like it how Nebzer just gets his discipline done and goes back to safety. Now there could be a double peek. Potentials from here. Sanal has to be careful. Decides to hide instead, not revealing his location just yet. But Sky Blue pre-aimed, but Sanal still wins that duel. And here, 4 versus 3. Man advantage still in their hands. Ooh, but Nebzer is able to spot out Sanal. There's no refrag just yet. Psycho, however, is in tree. Ooh, he kind of misses his shot right there. Ooh. And in the safe call, it whips a bit, but still able to get red from hell. Nebzer is going to take Netflix down as well. And Psycho, I don't know if they...
There's no time.
There's no time at that point.
10 seconds
Maybe
left.
he could just go and save this Vandal, to say the least. Hoping for some frags right here. But yes, gonna go flash himself in the process. But that is a thrifty round by TC.
Gotta love him. And yeah, 3 rounds to make up here. But TC, they're looking really good on their defense. They've put up such a great defense so far. And I'm wondering where this was on that first map. It's looking really different in terms of the gameplay and the game style. And maybe it's because of... I'm not sure, maybe it's because of Red? I feel like Red's presence has meant a lot for them here. He's got 6 assists so far. They really have been helping to secure these kills. Psycho walks straight on through, his presence is given. And does he keep pushing forward?
Oh, that's so risky. Bit vulnerable in the open doing these, but Nebzer is going to actually lock it down, as well as Ellie, who's also been having his shots right. And Red, as you mentioned it, his presence is very much influential for his team, enough for that confidence to really spike through. So now, 7-3 in our scoreline. This could really, go the distance for the side of TC Rising Stars. Unless, of course, the other half, some amount of miracle play would be good for outplay. But then again, anything can happen at this point. I mean, we've seen a dominating half to be followed by a close half on the next one, so we just have to see how things are gonna pan out here. Sky Blue still knowing that they utilize Catwalk. Sana all is quite careful in here. Huh.
Take
Interesting.
flight. Enemy tag.
Wow, simultaneous kills. What a great mid take here. Netflix managed to find one response, but the damage has already been done. This is a very difficult situation to salvage, especially with pistols and marshals. TC really not afraid of taking any of this map control, and
One enemy remaining.
Outplay look like they're out of steam. I wonder if they've run out of energy after playing all day long.
I mean,
Last
that's not a
round in
surprise,
the
right?
half.
Because I did say, like, from earlier that their games from their previous rounds can or cannot reflect onto the next one. So, yeah, it looks like they kind of... The aggressive plays that we expect to see from them aren't really coming into light right here. If you notice that they've been delaying their pushes, they keep on using Catwalk. They can't enter the sites at this point, and if they do, they're basically being shut down because they're kind of losing their aim duels, as you've mentioned. And here again, they're using Catwalk once again. They should have had a different countermeasure for this at this point. That's gonna be a flash. It flashes his teammates too. That's gonna be a pull. Bit of a whiff there coming in from Sky Blue and Kuyawi for the trade 4 versus 4 to equalize everything. I don't know if Kuyawi just sees someone on the right. That spray should have intel that from the get-go. Makes another one here, but is it enough though? And he's supposed to get that, but Lelouch is quick on his feet. So right now, this is gonna be the lockdown at least for Javi? Oh, both of our killjoys. Okay, this is fair. This is fair. But the lockdown is destroyed against them.
One
But
enemy
the
remaining.
sprays,
Last player
the
standing.
plays here, quite not working in favor, but it all equalized to who could be the Sova to win this round. Right now, it could be Sana all.
Wow.
There. Prediction. Ooh. Well, basically the reasoning that because the angle that he's watching is very much favorable to him, and the fact that Lelouch doesn't really have time to go for that full rotate.
He didn't catch as he passed passed behind the smoke into tree. That was the most important thing, I reckon. Very
Exactly.
good.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Hehe.
Okay. It's going to be the stack over towards the B site this time around, and here it is, the Sova Killjoy duo. This is a setup that has been a problem for many people, many teams for however long you need to know. And out first, Recon Bolt doesn't scan anyone, but no immediate rush towards the B site. They are going towards mid though.
This is where the difference goes for both sides of the team. Notice how they were able to capitalize on mid-market. Psycho for the trade there, and they should be able to address that fact. Kuyawi gets one. Is it going to be another beautiful headshot against Nebser? And only Ellie as a remaining member alive. Bit of a jiggle peek there, but Kuyawi was able to pop off in towards this pistol and gets their fifth point for the team with a 3K under his name.
That could be the start of the comeback here. 8-5. It would be terrible to see that go to an 8-13. As TC, they've been playing very strongly on that defense. Now, we're seeing them sort of stacking together and not really getting that map control that they were in the pistol round, which I think did work out quite well. It's just that they got caught out by the players rotating from the B side, from the A side to B. So they do have Jet going through their spawn, but 4 players and the Spike singing B main.
Bit of, once again, a delayed push from The team uses that smoke as a cover. That's gonna be a jump, make it a second for Javi before being shut down by Nebzer, but that is intel already. And also, take note that both Reyna and the Killjoy is low on health. That's gonna be a beautiful recon dart to help them. And from the behind, they already know that Sky Blue is there. Just have to jiggle, peek through. And the beautiful tap from Psycho is going to really clean this round up. 8-6. They're slowly starting to catch up to the score lines. It's as if Outplay is better at their defense in this map rather than their attackers, which is interesting. But I don't want to jinx it. But we'll just have to see if they are able to equalize the board or turn the tables around, which is the best case scenario for them. For TC, they still have that advantage, so they should be able to use that to its extent, its maximum extent. Ooh. Oh, this is so cheeky. Yeah, we get that judge kill with the help of the swarm grenade. Sana all with the shock dart as well. It's pinning them down the corner towards main.
Oh, we didn't get out in time.
Only gonna get that spray down as well as Lelouch. Avi should know that they are in B. Netflix goes towards spawn. Ooh, but from behind, Ellie was able to get his position going. And it's up to Netflix to go for this clutch play. Oof. Oh. Ooh. Interesting. Now they are going to anticipate him in towards site. Already gets a gun. Gonna try it? Could be. That's a quick jiggle peek from Ellie. Ooh, this is quite difficult because he doesn't know where to peek. And with that, Lelouch was able to get that 3K, able to bounce back off for the team.
Go for a tech pause, as someone seems to be experiencing issues. And yeah, Outplay. A situation that could have worked out, and there was a nice idea to try and reposition after the shotgun was spotted inside the site. Tried to push back forward because they wouldn't expect Speedway to be occupied again, but Astra peeks that with a gun out just to be extra careful, and that could have worked out. I mean, it was a really good start, but the recovery there from Outplay was even better, and it was something that we saw from Outplay on their Ascent game earlier today. So, it's like Outplay getting a taste of their own medicine here. This pause just to fix whatever issue is being had here by the Astra.
At least for the side of Outplay, interestingly enough, how they are, how do you say this? The positioning, at least, for me, for the side of Outplay are quite interesting. Because the thing is, they do have the idea of double peaking, but the problem is, so far, they are still being caught off guard by how TC is currently moving right now. They're slowly making their way towards B. And right now, we're seeing Red takes one Sana all for the trade. It's gonna be a shock dart here. It's gonna take some that damage. Oof. But the timing is not in his favor, and only Psycho, the only member alive, spots out Ellie. That's one. That's gonna be another. Can this be a potential clutch? No, Sky Blue takes Kueyawi down. Ooh, a bit. That's gonna be a dinked for him. Oof. Gets the half. He's not gonna fake it though.
That's such a smart way to bait it out.
Pros! Fake don't pros! I meant pros don't fake.
No, Pixel Pros. That is one of the smartest ninja defuses I've seen so far. Send out a you can send out and control the flash while defusing, and it led him to believe that he'd sent that out after he tapped it. So he would definitely hear it if he tapped on it again. And so he just held his position. That's a very smart ninja there from Outplay. And that does put them within 2 rounds distance now. And look how many got spammed there by the information. Anyone getting caught in that? 2 players and another 2. And it's also a kill onto Nebzer as well.
Shock dart.
Ooh.
And a hit again with a shock dart onto the Sova.
And all the more, Killjoy's turret has been very helpful as well in terms of information gathering. And here, he uses the shock dart. Once again. At least. Let's see how this goes. They're quite committed towards B. Beautiful tap by Kuya Yawi. Let's see if it's gonna be another kill for him. Ooh, that recon bolt. So useful. Now they already have an idea how things are gonna pan
They're
out.
surrounded already. Look at Psycho's
Yeah.
position.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, nice discipline. Beautiful tap.
One
It
enemy
kind of
remaining.
confuzzles the members of TC on where to look. 9-8 in the scoreboard. One more round and it equalizes the game, and it's back to anyone's game again, at least at this point. So far, Outplay has been doing wonders with their defender side. This time, they are doing it with caution. They're not as aggressive as they were into the early games or the early stages of the defensive side. So they are going to go to B once again, but it is expected that Outplay should win this since only sheriffs are available for the side of TC.
Get out of my way!
You can hear that Blaze Storm just being pulled out. Heavy Simple doesn't really want to peek it. He's just waiting for his utility to react so he can trigger it all. Doesn't want to go that mid position either, but turrets just start spraying, and both of them go off, but I don't think this is going to be enough. Oh, Sana All though is there to bail him out.
Oh! Beautiful tap by Sana All Plus with the shock dart. It left most of the members low on HP, and Lelouch gets the tap. Netflix for the cleanup. 9-9. Oh, the intense shiver me timbers.
I'll shiver your timbers. What a great recovery though from
It's also great morale.
from Outplay. Yeah. I'd be feeling moraled in this position. I'd be moraling.
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 Moraling. Moraling.
Good moraling to you.
Good moraling to ya, mate. But let's see
Mate,
if this
Aussie
good
girl.
morning is going to be good for either side of the team, because this time TC has been finding a bit of a difficulty in having things around. So right now,
You
let's
should
set
run.
up the
Inside.
times of play. It's gonna be a Lear. Ooh, but beautiful body block by the turret right there as they get the heads respectively. And Ellie with a low HP, Netflix gets the tap, and Psycho already knows where Red is at. That's gonna be another flash, a knife, a knife shell. Oh!
The double flash. That is so disrespectful. Psycho playing a dangerous game, and that is going to be, as they're building their own moral, they're demoralizing TC at the same time. That is naughty, naughty. I think it all started with until what time is the forfeit, because I think that might have annoyed Outplay a little bit. No one likes to be told that. So, yeah, bit of back and forth.
but they're showing it with their actions in game instead of through words. Interesting. Spicy grand finals at the GeForce Harbinger tournament, brought to you by Aurus.
Psycho is basically living to
Oh,
his
oh, 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 oh.
And Kuya Yaoi here, he's the mad lad with that up. I gotta ask him a few tips about that. But look at this, Sky Blue was able to win that fight against Netflix, but with the cost of his health. But right now, okay, it is understandable that he is forced to retreat. So right now, it's forcing TC members to just lay back right here. Try to go for A, but Psycho is also in the vicinity. So let's see how things are going to pan out. They don't really have much weaponry to work with here. And Sky Blue only has an inch of health, so just a single tap can make things work for him. Oh, the beautiful patience coming in. Nice tap. Is it going to be another beautifully done by Psycho? He's slowly popping off for his team here, and Sana already has his eyes on towards Coffee, and Nestor with a quick flick of a Marshall gets one. That's gonna be a Lear, but Psycho is there to clean it up. Sudden momentum from outplay, literally giving us in the edge of our seats, and with that, just like that, 9-11 scoreline right here. They managed to turn the tables around, and this is actually a good call for a timeout for the side of TC.
That's what they have available to them, and I mean, they have to make up these 2 rounds. They have to get back into this. It's not like they've been disconnected. They've been playing in duos. Unfortunately, the isolation skills coming in from Outplay really are working out well. They've been able to get one individual to peek at a time. We've had some great shots coming in from TC, but they have not been enough with all of this map control they are taking and how well they're playing off of each other. You're absolutely right when you said before that they seem to be stronger than the defender side now, because they're playing it so smart and they're playing with each other as much as possible, and they know exactly where to put that utility to do the damage. This is how they got that 6-6 on the defender side against that team from earlier, #?. But now, against this team where they had a very strong defense, their defense is even stronger.
Let me see real quick the weapon. Oh wait, the weaponry for both sides. Koyawi still has the op to work with. Oh, but this time his aggression's not gonna work out as Nebza shuts him down completely. They don't have a sage for that res, but that shock dart is going to hit him at least by a little. It's gonna be a little. I'm not sure if the drone spotted out Sana all, but this cosmic divide may be helpful for now. It's gonna be a flash and Psycho again with these pushes, but it all goes to a 3 versus 2. Again, another cosmic divide, but beautiful tap by Javi, and a lockdown as well. This is so smart, but Sky Blue from the behind is not able to take. Oh, actually, is able to take on that lockdown, but Netflix is able to equalize it into a 1v1. So let's see if the stars could align for him. He should look at the left side of the corner. He taps him at the head, and just like that, he was able to clutch this game and on to a match point.
He looked away for just a second. Netflix made a little noise from pushing down the speedway there, but you should have seen from the placement of those stars exactly where the pull was going to be towards. And I think he outplayed himself in that situation. A nice attempt. That pause nearly gets them another round, but unfortunately it's the 1 versus 1 and they just fall short. So now on match point, with all the guns they need, an ult and an operator available for Koyawi, this is looking very precarious for TC.
Definitely. So right now, Koyawi, I like it how he kind of restrained himself from further pushing B because he doesn't want to repeat the same mistake again. But Sana all with a 2K, beautifully done towards mid. They did not expect him to be in that angle. Kuya Yawi with the patience gets that quick. Oh, peek, but still misses the shot. And Hunter's Fury for both sides of the team. Sana All is trying to play Chinese Garter, but Sana All still anticipated Sky Blue from behind, but did not win the fight. And this is at least the game that they could have had from the previous ones. But Netflix may be here for another stunning performance, taking one down. But I don't think he still knows Lelouch is there.
Oh, the timing is not there.
No, timing is there. 10 to 12. They're still keeping this game alive.
That all must be so frustrated. He gets a double kill at the very start of that round, and they couldn't split 3 kills between the 4 of them. That's unfortunate for him. Sky Blue. Okay, wake up, buddy. You're in a very bad situation. So 2 rounds to make up, and well, plenty of money left behind for Outplay, but they are now on their last legs in terms of economy as well. Sky Blue gonna have to use the Blade Storm in this particular round, and money isn't great, not by a long shot, but Kuyayawi, he could shut things down right here and right now. That's the third. That's just the first. No, that is going to be it. Sky Blue, nice refrag, and plenty of utility still to come out. Does a bit of damage onto the Jet there, pushing through Psycho. He's so brave, but sometimes you get a little bit too greedy. That's what happens, and playing way too close to the lockdown there. But they do manage to get out just in time. Out goes the Owl drone. Gonna spot the players that have already made their way in. Players still inside of B main. They know there's a separation. 3 versus 3, a little bit of damage done. Netflix gonna catch a bit of damage onto Sky Blue as he passes, and that is gonna be the spike going down. Recon ready to get sent out.
Spike planted.
Javi here tries to go for that push. They have to be very careful when they run in towards sides. Netflix takes one, and Sana All takes another before Red for the refrag, but they do know that he's here, and Javi for the cleanup. Ladies and gentlemen, is it safe to say it? Yes, it is safe to say it. We got yourselves your champions for the Harbinger tournament series of this last week. Of course, major sponsor is Aris. You got yourselves Outplay Uprising. Woo! Clappy. You should clap with me. Come on, clap with me.
Clapping but below screen, sorry.
Come
There
on.
you go, Pachi. That's your name.
Pachi.
Don't wear it out. But there you have it. Outplay. They've managed to do it, and they have fallen short on a number of these tournaments so far. But here on the final one, thanks to Oris, thanks to GeForce, Nvidia, they have secured themselves 13,000 pesos. Their final win for this 8-week-long tournament. And they are the final names you get to see here, but not the final prizes to be given away, because we of course do have final giveaway of the day as well for the lucky viewer who has won for themselves a helmet from Oris, and we'll have your name shown right now on the screen. Congratulations to you, the winner of this one-of-a-kind helmet, Dave Saranillo. I hope that you ride a motorcycle, because that is for you. Even the motorcycle services that you can ride on, such as Joyride and Ancas, you need to provide your own helmet, and so now you can ride those with your Oris helmet. So congratulations to you, and congratulations once again to Outplay, who have outplayed everybody in this tournament at the very end of the day. Champion Outplay Rising. They were the most risingest team. They rose the most. So there you go.
Risingest. But then again, of course, you know, TC Rising Stars are not gonna go home empty-handed. They still have 7,000